Tamil culture. Very clearly, the people of Tamil Nadu are fed up with the DMK Congress government, just like the Congress and their partners have been defeated across the country in election after election. Whether it is Maharashtra, whether it is Haryana, whether it is Bihar, whether it is Delhi, state after state has rejected the Congress and their partners because they want good governance, they want development politics, they want a better future for women, for youth, opportunities for our young men and women to prosper. And therefore Tamil Nadu today is ready for an NDA government, a strong National Democratic Alliance under the guidance and visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who has yesterday crossed the record and become the longest serving head of government in the history of India, having served for nearly 25 years as Chief Minister or Prime Minister and shown the world how good governance can transform the destiny of the people of India. The people of Tamil Nadu want a government led by future Chief Minister Edappadi Palaniswami ji, a government which will bring development for the farmers, for the fishermen, for the MSMEs, for industry, provide jobs to our young men and women, give opportunity for startups to innovate, will provide quality healthcare, quality education, will give houses for the poor, will make sure that everybody gets opportunity in life to prosper and work towards a developed Tamil Nadu. Viksit Tamil Nadu will lead to Viksit Bharat, and we will ensure Tamil pride, Tamil culture, Tamil language, and the people of Tamil Nadu will have a very bright future.
Sir, we got to
Nandri.
We got to know the seat sharing today itself, sir. We get signed by today itself, sir.
All right, viewers, this is a big update regarding the elections in Tamil Nadu as Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal touches down in Chennai, addresses a gathering and of a possible seat-sharing pact between the BJP and the AIADMK coming in as fresh on your screen. Piyush Goyal speaking to the public rally in Chennai today. All right, coming up after the short break, from the Lal Street to Wall Street, global markets continue to fall as the West Asian walk enters 24th day. And fuel prices increase across globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. Coming up next after the break, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। आर प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना। लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the elections and also on the West Asian conflict, because the war that is ongoing in the West Asian region has severely affected the markets across the globe, and also because there is an indirect oil shortage because of the Strait of Hormuz continuously being a war zone. We'll get you all the details from the war zone and the top national and international breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. From Dalal Street to Wall Street, global markets continue to fall as the West Asian war enters 24th day. Indian markets down over 1%. Fuel prices increased across globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps announces launch of the 75th wave of missile waves targeting Israeli and US sites. As Trump's deadline for Iran approaches, now Iran says it will hit region's energy sites if US-Israel target power plants. And also, NIA raids in South and North Kashmir in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Piyush Goyal arrives in Chennai as the NDA ties loose ends and is likely to announce a seat-sharing deal between the BJP and the AIADMK. All right, viewers, let's begin with a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and it is about the Delhi blast case. The Delhi blast case, and there are raids as we speak. They are happening at various places. In connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case, teams from the NIA, that is the National Investigation Agency, conducted raids early this morning at the residence of a businessman in the Gulura area of Handwara. Now, officials searched the premises and examined relevant documents and electronic devices. The search operation is still ongoing. Now, reports also indicate that similar raids were carried out in parts of South Kashmir, including Kulgam, as part of the ongoing investigation. Now, this is the latest that we are getting. The NIA teams have raided the residence of a businessman in Gulura area of Handwara in Jammu Kashmir in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case, the case of 10/11. And also, the officials say the agencies searched the premises and examined documents and electronic devices during the operation. The search is ongoing as we speak. It was a raid at residence of a businessman in Gulura area of Handwara in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case. The premises are being examined, documents and devices are being examined. The search is going on. The searches are ongoing as we speak. Now, this is related to the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Now, there have been continuous raids all across Jammu and Kashmir before and after the Red Fort blast case, the blast, and this is related to that. Another raid, another development, a home of a businessman residence is being raided as we speak. Now, this pertains to the Delhi Red Fort blast case, where a car exploded, killing many people in that region. Investigators are treating the incident as a terrorist attack under the UAPA, and the investigations and raids are ongoing at various places. This is the latest that we are getting about the raids that are going in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, preliminary findings had linked the blast to Jaish-e-Mohammed network, allegedly involving radicalized young doctors and handlers operating across the border. This is the latest we are getting right now, and this is about the raids across Kashmir. This is related to the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Raids are happening. All right, we have Aravat live with us for more details on this story. Aravat, what are the latest details you are fetching in this story as we speak? The raids are ongoing as we speak, and it is about the blast case, and a businessman's home is being raided, a residence is being raided. Are the searches ongoing as we speak? Aravat.
Yes, absolutely. The searches are underway as of now. We have seen that the search was started in the North Kashmir's Handwara first, where a businessman's residence was raided by the National Investigation Agency and other Jammu and Kashmir police force and other paramilitary security forces. And also following that raid, another raid which is underway at the residence of Dr. Bilal Nasir Mullah, who is accused in the Red Fort blast, and the residence of Dr. Bilal Nasir Mullah is also being raided at the North Kashmir's Sopore, where known locally as the Shitlu Rafiabad, where the raid is underway. Also, we have getting the reports from the South Kashmir's Kulgam, where two locations are raided by the National Investigation Agency along with the Jammu and Kashmir police force. So we have seen that the officials from the National Investigation Agency have also seized some electronic gadgets as well as some crucial documents. Also, we have seen that there is possibility that the National Investigation Agency has got the leads in the Red Fort blast. That's why we have seen that the raids were started early this morning in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly if you talk about the North Kashmir, Central Kashmir, South Kashmir, or other parts of the Kashmir, where we have seen that the raids are currently going on. And also we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the other paramilitary security forces, are part of the ongoing raid. But as of now, we have been told that some documents and electronic devices have been attached by the National Investigation Agency during the raid. But the raids are currently underway in the North Kashmir's Handwara, Shittu, Rafiabad, as well as two locations in the South Kashmir's Kulgam. Yes.
All right, definitely, but this is not the first set of raids that are happening in Jammu and Kashmir. And now, since the blast took place, now even before the blast took place, now there are many links to Jammu and Kashmir. If you can run us through the sequence of events which happened before and after the blast.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen when this unfortunate incident happened, and we have seen the raids were carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police at the multiple locations, in which we have seen that the dozens of individuals were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police for the time being for the questioning purpose. And then after some of them have been released later on, we have seen that the Special Investigation Agency, the Kashmir Valley, have raided the multiple locations, not only in the north, south, but we have seen across the Jammu and Kashmir, the raids were carried out by the State Investigation Agency. And then after, we have seen that the other agencies are also involved in the investigation, particularly if we talk about the National Investigation Agency. There are the dozens of raids which were carried in connection with the Red Fort blast. But as of now, we have seen that the National Investigation Agency have got the some of the evidences, which are the key evidence. Also, we have seen some doctors who, by profession, who have also been arrested by the National Investigation Agency, who were the mastermind behind this Red Fort blast. So far, the raid is currently underway at the 4 locations in 2 districts of the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Arawat, for the details on this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this developing story. Now, NIA raids across Jammu and Kashmir as we speak. All right, viewers, now we have another big breaking news. This is coming in from the poll-bound state of Kerala. A case has been registered against BJP's candidate in Kerala, B. Gopal Krishnan, for allegedly making communally tinged remarks during the campaign. Gopal Krishnan is a candidate from Guruvayur constituency, and he criticized the other fronts for not fielding a Hindu candidate from the constituency where the prominent Hindu Guruvayur temple is located. Now, a member of the KSU filed a complaint to the electoral officer of the constituency. The NDA candidate booked for communal remarks as per the latest details that we are fetching. He actually he was asking the other fronts, criticizing the other fronts for not fielding a Hindu candidate from the constituency because their famous Hindu Guruvayur temple is located in that location. He criticized the other fronts for not fielding a Hindu candidate from the constituency where the prominent Hindu Guruvayur temple is located. A member of the KSU fielded a complaint to the electoral officer of the constituency. All right, for more details, we have Shankar live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, what are the latest details you are fetching and the kind of remarks that might have been made by him? He was criticizing the opposition for not fielding a Hindu candidate. That is what we have learned till now. But what more details?
Yes, BJP's state vice president and senior leader B. Gopalakrishnan was declared the candidate of Guruvayur constituency some 2-3 days back in the 3rd list. And he was visiting the temple soon after this declaration was announced. And while visiting the temple, inside the temple premises, some media people approached him and asked some general questions. While responding to them, he said, he criticized the other political front, the CPM-led Left Democratic Front and the Congress-led UDF government here, for not fielding a Hindu candidate ever since the constituency was formed some decades ago. For the last couple of years, for the last couple of decades, the UDF and LDF have been fielding only non-Hindu candidates from the constituency, and no Hindu candidate ever won or ever contested from that particular constituency from the UDF and LDF panel. And this was criticized by B. Gopalakrishnan, and soon some KSU leaders, KSU Gokul Guruvayur, filed a complaint with the electoral officer of that particular constituency, and the electoral officer soon registered, who soon forwarded the complaint to the Chief Election Commissioner and to the District Collector as well. On the direction of the District Collector and the Election Commission, police registered a case, Guruvayur Temple Police registered a case under section 129 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita for giving provocation with an intention to cause riot, and also under section 125 of People Representation Act. The case has been registered, and the Gopalakrishnan will be soon summoned for questioning. But the political observers and the BJP state leadership claim that Gopalakrishnan has not filed the nomination, and he was planning to file the nomination today evening. When he was not declared or not yet filed the nomination, the very basis or the very ground of the case will not exist, and the case will not stand in the court. That is the opinion of this BJP state leadership. But the UDF and LDF leaders came out strongly against Gopalakrishnan for giving such comments that affect the communal harmony in the state. But in the coming hours, it will be known clearly how the case is going to stand in the court, as he made the comment even before filing the nomination before the electoral officer.
But the big question is, this is not something new. Such remarks are made in various parts of the country, across many states, in all the polls. People question about who is being fielded by the opposition party. If you can really put this into perspective and share more details, was there any sensitive comment that was made by the leader, or the opposition is trying to make a mountain out of a molehill? Is that the issue here? They would want to cash upon the statement because it's politics, it's election season.
Yes, this time, this election is very crucial for all the political fronts, especially for the BJP-led NTA government, NDA, and this Congress-led UDF, because Kerala has a tradition of voting to power the alternative fronts in every election. Suppose if UDF comes to power for 5 years and in the very next election, the LDF will be voted to power. That is the tradition which is being followed in the state for the last 5-6 decades. Like since 1980, this trend was followed. But in 2016, for the first time, LDF came to power, and in the last local body elections, the wave was in favor of BJP-led NDA government and the Congress-led UDF. So, since it is a known fact that the local body elections are a pointer to the assembly elections, the wave swings in favor of the BJP-led NDA government, and the BJP is all set to win around more than 10 seats across the state, and the Guruvayur constituency is considered most promising for the BJP leadership here. And by leveling such allegations against a candidate who is going to be contested from the constituency, the LDF and even the UDF are trying to get a supremacy over the other and trying to win the election from the constituency somehow. This is the politics, but being played by LDF and UDF.
Thanks a lot for the details. We're a bit short of time, but thanks a lot. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story. But we are getting another big breaking news as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big breaking news that is coming in. Collision reported at New York airport. This is big, ladies and gentlemen. A collision has been reported in LaGuardia airport. A collision at LaGuardia airport, and it is between an aircraft and a fire truck. Now, authorities have not yet released details on injuries or the extent of the damage. Now, New York's LaGuardia airport, the LGA, is currently closed after an arriving Air Canada Express CRJ 900 collided with a ground vehicle. Now, multiple critical patients after Air Canada flight collides with vehicle while landing at LaGuardia airport. Now, this is the first pictures of the Air Canada plane. Now, these are scary visuals, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the entire the plane is torn apart from the front side, as you can see on the screens. Now, it was a big impact, as we are learning, between a fire truck. Now, fire truck it's normally a very strong vehicle, and a strike with a fire truck can prove to be a fatal even for an aircraft. Now, this happened at the LaGuardia airport. Now, there is a collision between the aircraft and a fire truck. They have not released the details on injuries, but there must be multiple critical patients after the impact while landing This happened while landing, so you can just imagine what the speed of the aircraft must have been while the impact took place. There are two critical moments when there's high risk for the airplane. The one is during the takeoff, the other is during the landing, and this happened while landing. And a crash happening is rarely heard of after landing, and that too with a fire truck on the tarmac, on the runway. Now these are exclusive First on Republic visuals on your screen. As you can see, this is the LaGuardia airport, and a collision has been reported between an aircraft and a fire truck. Now authorities have not released the number of injured or any casualty, but we fear there might be many who might have been injured in this case. It's a developing story. We'll get you more details of it, but scary pictures coming in. As you can see, the complete front part, the cockpit of the plane, it's not there. As you can see, the landing gear is broken, the back part, the back portion, the upper part is tilted up, and you can see the impact. It's severe impact, and this is from the tarmac, from the runway. The entire front portion of the aircraft has been damaged after it collided with a fire truck at LaGuardia airport. Now, collision between a fire truck and an aircraft, that too while at landing. The speed of landing must have been very fast, and that makes the incident even more severe and more fatal. We hope there might have not been any casualties, but we fear there might be casualties because it was a very severe, very strong impact between the plane and the fire truck. As you can see, these are the latest exclusive visuals, as you can see, of from the LaGuardia airport on your screens. As you can see, this is the Air Canada aircraft which collided. It is Air Canada Express CRJ 900, which collided with a ground vehicle, which is a fire truck which collided with the aircraft. Multiple critical patients, as we are getting to know, after Air Canada flight collided with the vehicle while landing at the LaGuardia airport. Now, collision reported at the New York airport. An aircraft and fire truck collide on the runway. This is the major aviation incident, one after the other, and another very fatal incident on your screen, very scary visuals on your screens. As you can see, an Air Canada Express CRJ 900 aircraft has reportedly collided with a fire truck on the runway while it was landing. Now, it happened while landing, so it makes it even more fatal and more critical. A ground emergency vehicle, that is the fire truck, was struck, and the accident has caused severe damage to the front portion of the aircraft. As you can see the visuals, there is no front portion of the aircraft that is visible, and it happened in LaGuardia airport, which is currently closed. The entire portion is closed, and you can very well understand the exact reason for that. Many must have been critically injured in this case. Now, exact numbers of injuries or casualties have not been declared, but there must be multiple critically injured in this case. You can imagine the speed. The more the speed of the vehicle, the more the chances of fatalities, of casualties, of injuries. And these are the visuals which show the severe impact and the aftermath of the accident between the landing plane, that is the Air Canada Express, and the fire truck. Many injured. These are the visuals from the tarmac, the exclusive first visual, the first video on your screen, and the first image on your screen. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, seat-sharing talks within the NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu have reached a critical stage ahead of the upcoming assembly election in the state. The BJP is reportedly eyeing around 30 seats, while AIADMK, led by Edappadi K. Palaniswami, is looking to contest a massive 160 to 170 constituencies, aiming to secure a majority on its own. More in this report.
With just days left for nomination filing to begin for the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, seat-sharing talks within the NDA alliance have entered a crucial stage. BJP is pushing for around 30 seats. Earlier, PMK leader Anbumamani Ramadas and AMMK General Secretary Dinkaran held talks with Amit Shah in national capital. After which BJP Tamil Nadu election in charge Piyush Goyal will arrive in Chennai to finalize a seat-sharing deal. Reportedly, PMK could get 17 seats, AMMK around 9, and Tamil Manila Congress likely 3 seats. The smaller parties in the alliance will contest either on AIADMK's Two Leaf symbol or BJP's Lotus symbol. Whereas reportedly AIADMK led by Edappadi K Palaniswami is eyeing a massive 160 to 170 seats. A clear strategy to cross the magic number of 118 and form the government without depending on allies. With elections set for April 23rd and counting on May 4th, Tamil Nadu is gearing up for a high-voltage showdown.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, amid the escalating conflict involving in West Asia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a crucial meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security to review the potential impact on India. The government assessed risks to food supply, energy security and fuel availability, while also examining measures to protect the Indian economy and citizens from the fallout of the ongoing geopolitical crisis. Here's a quick report.
Amid the ongoing war in West Asia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security to assess its impact on India. During the meeting, Cabinet Secretary T.V. Somnathan presented a detailed briefing on mitigation measures and steps taken by various ministers. The government reviewed the potential short, medium and long-term economic impact of the conflict. Availability of the fertilizers for the upcoming Kharif season was discussed, analyzing the possible impact on farmers and agriculture production. The meeting also reviewed coal stocks at power plants across India. Ministries have been asked to explore diversifying import sources for critical sectors including chemicals, pharmaceuticals and petrochemicals. With the West Asia conflict continuing to evolve, the government says it is closely monitoring the situation to ensure stable supplies of food, fuel and essential commodities, while also preventing hoarding and black marketing across the country.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, fuel prices increase across the globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. And also, coming up, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps announces launch of the 75th missile wave attacks targeting Israel and US sites.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला
Our pure
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कुमार गिरा नीचे अब गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला दादा को टका गाड़ी मारवा
You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, Union Minister Piyush Goyal has arrived in Chennai to seal the deal in the seat-sharing talks between DMK and NDA. We get you this and all the latest, but first, the headlines. From Dalal Street to Wall Street, global markets continue to fall as the West Asia war enters 24th day. Indian markets down over 1%. Fuel prices increase across globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps announces launch of a 75 missile wave targeting Israeli and US sites. As Donald Trump's deadline for Iran approaches, Iran says it will hit region's energy sites if US-Israel target power plants. NIA raids in South and North Kashmir in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Piyush Goyal arrives in Chennai as the NDA ties loose ends and is likely to announce a seat-sharing deal between the BJP and AIADMK. All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news where a LaGuardia airport has been collided with a fire truck. This incident took place at LaGuardia Airport in New York. Now, authorities have not confirmed yet about the details of injuries or the extent of the damage, but these are the visuals that we are getting you from the airport. Now, not New York's, in fact, LaGuardia Airport, LGA, as it is known, is currently closed after an arriving Air Canada Express CRJ 900 aircraft collided with a ground vehicle. And in fact, what we are getting to know, it was a fire truck, in fact, with which the aircraft collided. Now, in fact, multiple critical patients after Air Canada flight collided with the vehicle while landing at LaGuardia Airport. So these are the preliminary information that we are getting you, where this plane was attempting to land, in fact, at the airport, where it in fact struck with a fire truck. And these are the visuals. You can see how the front part of the plane is absolutely damaged after the collision with the fire truck. These are the visuals that we are getting you from LaGuardia Airport. Now, as per the reports that we have as of now, we do not know if there were any sort of casualties, but we are getting to know that multiple injuries in fact took place in this incident. So the front part, the nose part of the plane absolutely destroyed after the collision with the fire truck. This is the latest that we have from New York LaGuardia Airport. These are the visuals that we are getting you. Now, after this incident, this airport is absolutely closed for any further operations. I have my colleague joining us from the newsroom to get us more information on this. Shivam, prima facie, we understand that this this plane, in fact, was trying to attempt a landing at the airport, LaGuardia Airport, and at that time, it in fact got struck with a fire truck. What more details do you have?
And these are the initial details that we have fetched as of now, and this is an aircraft. Hina, just to explain the entire situation to our viewers, one can imagine the speed at which an aircraft lands. It must have been at a very high speed, and also the fire truck is also a very solid and a very strong vehicle when it comes to being struck with. Now, this is a very strong collision which happened, and the numbers are not out. It will take a little bit time for more details to come out, but there must have been many who have been critically injured. We are getting the details that many have been critically injured after the collision, but we hope nobody died in this. We hope there is no casualty, but the pictures tell a different story. The pictures are quite scary. As you can see, we will show all the visuals. This is the exact visual on your screen, as you can see, of the aircraft after the incident. The front part of the aircraft is not present there. You can't see the front part of the aircraft. You can imagine the intensity of the impact, Hina. You can just imagine the intensity of the impact at the time of collision. Now, this after many cases of air accidents. Now, this is the latest. Now, these are the visuals on the screen. As you can see, now this visual, I would like to explain. You can see the complete front part of the plane has vanished. It's not there. You can't see the front part. You can just imagine there might have been casualties. We hope it's not there, but the impact must have been very severe. A fire truck is a very solid vehicle to have an accident with in the first state. Now, you can see on your screens, as you can see the visuals we are showing, ladies and gentlemen. This is from the LaGuardia Airport. It's one of the primary airports when it comes, and this Air Canada Express, it was a CRJ 900 aircraft which has reportedly collided with a fire truck, which is a ground emergency vehicle. Now, we have to examine the entire situation. We will be getting aviation experts. We'll try for aviation experts also to speak on this issue, but we also have a guest to speak with us. Okay, we have a guest joining us to speak on this issue. Captain Randhawa is with me. Captain Randhawa, thanks for joining, and we need your you to explain the pictures, the visuals on the screen, sir. As you can see, the visuals are pretty scary. As you can see, the front part of the aircraft has vanished. The cockpit is not there. The front portion after the collision severely damaged. But sir, if you can speak over the visuals, how horrific and deadly this this accident might have been, sir.
See, this is quite a horrific accident. Normally, all the ground vehicles in any airfield areas, they have speed restrictions. And the governor is attached to the engine so that they cannot overspeed. Now, the impact shows that it is not aircraft which is speeding, but the vehicle was speeding. And how it was speeding? Because in no airfield around the world, the vehicles are, they have speed restrictions. They cannot be driving at any speed what they feel like. Now, if you see, normally when the aircraft is taxiing on the taxiways and closer to the aprons, the taxiing speed is normally about 10 to 12 or 15 knots. That's it. And within the apron areas, it will be restricted to 10 knots. So the speed of the aircraft is less. The speed of the vehicle is very high. And that is why on the impact, if you see, there has been a big crash. And there are bound to be casualties.
Just want to add one question in that. So you were saying, but the details that we are fetching, it happened during the time of the landing of the aircraft. Now, but during that time, the aircraft is definitely at some high speed. And also, sir, the fire truck, when we speak of a fire truck, it's one of the most strongest vehicles on earth.
Has this happened on the runway or on the taxi track?
Yeah.
Has this accident happened on the runway or taxi track?
Sir, the latest details that we are getting, it happened during the landing time, so must have been the runway, sir.
So runway means, and what are the fire attendants doing on the runway when the aircraft is clear to land? Then the ATC is to be blamed. If it is on the runway, then the ATC is to be blamed. Then the aircraft must be at a speed, and the fire tender had no business to be on the runway at all. Once the aircraft is clear to land, the runway should have been clear, or the aircraft should have been made to go around by the ATC. So it's the fault of the ATC if it has happened on the runway. If it has happened on the taxi track, it is the vehicle. Secondly, on a live runway, how did this fire tender reach?
True.
So there are all pointers finding a problem with the ATC at LaGuardia if it is on the runway.
Okay, but if you could also share details about the airport, how busy of an airport is LaGuardia Airport, and clearly it seems initially a human error, but like there must have been a lot of mistakes in chronology to come to this incident, sir.
What was the time of the accident? Can you tell me?
Sir, we're trying to get more details about the time of the accident.
So now if it is early morning, say before 8 o'clock, there's not much traffic at LaGuardia.
Okay.
Okay, the traffic picks up at LaGuardia after 8 o'clock. Right?
Okay, sir, stay with us, sir. Stay with us. We have a reaction of one of the passenger who was on board before the flight, before it landed. Let's listen into the reaction of the passenger also. So stay with us.
You've heard of long lines at the airport? Well, you ready to see it? Let's do this.
No, don't even worry. We're just getting started. I don't even know how long this line will be. How long is this line?
You've heard of long lines at the airport? Well, you ready to see it? Let's do this.
No, don't even worry. We're just getting started. I don't even know how long this line will be. How long is this line?
Randhawa stays with us to explain more on what must have led to this incident. Sir, the latest that we are fetching, it happened during the landing time, and it was a collision with the fire truck. But have you ever heard of such incidents? But these incidents are rare because there is a complete good coordination when it comes to managing the runway traffic or the tarmac or the runway or the planes by the ATC and the ground staff, sir. Who could have been at fault in this particular case?
In this case, 100% it is the fault of the ATC, right? And the fault of the ATC, and secondly, of the driver. Who's driving the vehicle, how did he land up on the live runway? If the runway is live, you cannot enter the runway unless you're cleared by the ATC. So it has to be found in investigations that did the ATC clear the vehicle, or did the vehicle went on its own? So this will be established in the investigation or from the recordings in the ATC. Niranjan.
Okay. My colleague Hina is also in the studio. Hina would like to ask you a question, sir.
Captain Randhawa, I was just reading upon this particular airport that we're talking about, LaGuardia Airport, and a similar sort of an incident also took place in 2017, where in fact one of the aircraft got struck with a fuel tanker. In fact, so this is another second incident that we are seeing. Who do you think is at fault here? Now, this is the second time that this airport, which is a major hub, in fact, and completely put on a ground stop.
Yes, I agree with you. Any ground accident is a serious accident because that is 100% avoidable. 100% avoidable. Okay, the problem is when the vehicular movement at any airport, it does not adhere to the laid down standard operating procedures and violates, there are accidents. You find the other day on an Air India aircraft, they damaged the engine, right, in India. Similar cases have happened all around the world where, there are ground accidents where the ground vehicle movement is there and they have hit the aircraft. whether it is in towing back, whether it is taxiing in the apron areas. So it is basically the ground services. They have to maintain the lanes, they have to maintain the distances, they have to maintain the speed. But in this case, it is very clear the investigation will only tell whether the vehicle was allowed by the ATC to enter the live runway or the vehicle was driven by the driver onto the runway.
Absolutely.
This will be clear only in the investigation or by the recording which will be there in the ATC.
Captain Randhawa, Shivam from Newsroom will take more questions because here we have the visuals where the front part is absolutely destroyed. So questions will be raised if the pilots are safe here because the impact seems to be massive here. Shivam, you can take further questions on the situation and the visuals that we're playing from LaGuardia Airport.
Yeah. Captain Randhawa is with us, but Hina, we will also like to explain more on the visuals as I would like more visuals to be shown on the screen as we are displaying as of now. You can clearly see we have highlighted the exact impact point of the aircraft, which was damaged in the accident with a fire truck. Now, a fire truck is a very solid vehicle. I'm reiterating this fact because the pictures clearly explain the accident, the level of the impact, of the level of the damage, and as it has been said that the crash happened, the accident happened during the time of landing. So one can clearly understand the speed of the vehicle, of the aircraft at this moment, and even the ground vehicle, there must have been a lack of coordination. Clearly, the ATC is to be blamed, as per Captain Randhawa is also mentioning the very fact that this clearly seems to be a lack of coordination. But these are the visuals, these are the images, as you can see. This is a close image, the closest image one could get of the aircraft crash. This is shows the hallmark and the branding of Air Canada Express. This was the aircraft. The front part is completely damaged, and there's a complete stop. No function is happening on the tarmac, on the runway. No more flights are operating as we speak. Now, this is an Air Canada Express plane flying from Montreal, which collided with a ground vehicle upon landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport. The U.S. Federal Aviation, that is the FAA, issued a ground stop for all planes at the airport until further notice, according to a notice from the regulator. Now, in a separate notice to airmen, the FAA said that the airport could be shut until 1800 GMT. So, which clearly explains the extent of the damage. These are the visuals. As you can see, we clearly highlighted the exact impact point of the collision of the aircraft. It might remain closed. The airport might remain closed till 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time. This is the latest that we are fetching. It's a developing story. We are trying to get more details on this story. All right, we have another guest with us to speak on this issue, Group Captain Anant Mathur, sir. Thanks a lot, sir, for sparing your time, but if you can explain the visuals and describe what must have unfolded in that location, if you can describe the kind of accident this might have been, because this happened during the landing of the aircraft, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Seems to be a pretty serious accident from the visuals that I am seeing here. And runway crossing by ground vehicles is always under strict supervision of the air traffic control. And so definitely it appears that there has been some kind of miscommunication or misunderstanding of some sort, which permitted the ground vehicle to enter the runway while it was operational and the aircraft was landing. The way the aircraft is tilted upward appears that there would be some injuries to some passengers, and it is to be seen about the nature and extent of the damage. The good part is that fortunately there has been no fire as is visible, or it has been controlled very rapidly. And while there are injuries and passengers would have been evacuated in this kind of a situation.
All right, Group Captain, these are the visuals that we are playing. Group Captain Mathur, we are also getting more information in this where we are seeing that in fact this Canada Express CRJ 900 collision, in fact, responded, the FDNY responded on a second alarm with early accounts that some people are feared injured. In fact, what do you take away from this statement where FDNY has responded on a second alarm after this collision?
Okay, so the time available to a pilot to react to an incursion of this kind while the aircraft is landing is hardly any. And to be very frank, a 60-ton aircraft which is coming into land at this stage hardly has any collision avoidance capability. It is important on part of the air traffic control to ensure that once landing clearance has been given to an aircraft, the runway is completely clear of all vehicles. In fact, as a matter of rule, landing clearance is not given to an aircraft till the time the runway is clear. And once the runway is clear and the aircraft has landed, at these speeds, if a pilot tries to, avoid a ground vehicle, it is likely that the aircraft may turn turtle, and that is an even more serious incident waiting to happen.
Group Captain, we're also getting to know that LaGuardia Airport issued an alert late Sunday warning that rainy and cloudy weather could disrupt operations. So do you think that this could have played a role here in this collision?
Actually, definitely to a certain extent, when the air traffic control has good visibility, it is possible that what error you have made when you can't see the runway, somebody may spot something on the runway. So when there is poor visibility and cloudy conditions, it is possible what you can see visually and get alarmed by, you are not able to see. And as we all experience on the ground also, if we can see further during foggy conditions, we can take actions faster. This is applicable both to the air traffic controller and to the pilot also, and also to the ground vehicle driver who might be maneuvering there.
Group Captain, we are also, as we are seeing these visuals from New York LaGuardia Airport, we are seeing that this plane is in fact tilted on its side and the nose is in the upward direction. What could have been the chronology after the collision?
So it appears to be a headlong collision from the pictures, and that is why the aircraft nose has come up. The exact mechanism will be better appreciated because there can be multiple angles which would have led to this. However, the good part is that, as we all know, everybody is asked to wear seat belts when the aircraft is coming to land. And this would have ensured that while there would have been strong collision forces felt by the passengers, nobody would have spilled out of their seat. And while the aircraft has been tilted, it would have been possible for passengers to deplane. And that is why the significance of no fire is a cause for optimism that while passengers have been would have been injured, but the panic that is associated with the fire breaking out after these incidents has not happened, and that is a good thing. You will all appreciate that aircraft, even while landing, have a lot of fuel inside their wing. The tires are hot, the engines are running, and any mishap of this kind which could lead to a fire would have led to a bigger catastrophe. And I'm thankful to God for that not having happened.
Yes, we are still trying to get more information as to the casualties and in fact the injuries are concerned. We do not have any certainty on that. But Group Captain, we are seeing this taking place in New York. Now, we spoke about the weather conditions that could have played a role. Now, I want to understand from you that even if you have a bad weather, what is the threshold distance from which the pilot can recover even after seeing that, yes, there is a tanker right ahead in the path?
I told you, once a pilot is on approach and he has not landed, if he sees anything on the runway that causes suspicion for him or her, the pilot will immediately initiate a go-round procedure. All pilots are trained to carry out a go-round, even at low levels or even after having flared out, that is about 5 feet above the runway. Even after having landed and before having put the reversers, the thrust reversers, having activated them, the pilot can initiate a go-round subject to his understanding of the situation, and he or she can take that action. In poor visibility, before that, as you asked the question, when does the pilot decide not to go around? If he has selected the thrust reversers on, then the pilot will not go around because that is prohibited by the manufacturers also. The time taken to initiate the go-round would be so much more that you might run out of the runway itself.
Absolutely, Captain. We are still awaiting more details on this development, but thank you so much for joining for your perspective on these latest updates from this collision. So, viewers, these are the visuals that we are getting you from the collision that took place of this Bombardier CRJ jet, in fact, with a fuel truck, is what we are getting to know. Now, we are still awaiting more information on this, but a ground stop has taken place on the airport after this emergency. All right, viewers, now shifting our focus to more news. Senator Chuck Schumer said enough is enough during a Senate floor remarks on Sunday, spoke about military activities in Iran. Now, Chuck Schumer, in fact, spoke about the war, says that this needs to come to an end. Now, while the US President Donald Trump has mocked Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer following a near gaffe on the Senate floor, increasingly frustrated Democrat Chuck Schumer calls for more White House officials to testify in Congress on the ongoing war in Iran. Take a look at this report.
This war needs to come to an end. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and other cabinet officials must come before the Senate and testify under oath in public to explain why we're in this mess and what the goal even is. Even some Republicans are openly admitting they have no clue what the administration is trying to accomplish in the Middle East. Enough is enough. The American people do not want a war with Iran that has no end. They do not want to see our troops deployed again and again to the Middle East, and they don't want to just have a knot in their stomach every time they pull up to the gas pump, and soon enough the grocery store as well, because of the higher prices caused by this war. It must come to an end. I yield the floor.
Now, viewers, amid the escalating conflict involving West Asia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a crucial meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security to review the potential impact on India. Now, the Indian government assessed risks to food supply, energy security and fuel availability, while also examining measures to protect the Indian economy and citizens from the fallout of the ongoing geopolitical crisis. Here is a quick report on it.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Amid the ongoing war in West Asia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security to assess its impact on India. During the meeting, Cabinet Secretary T.V. Somnathan presented a detailed briefing on mitigation measures and steps taken by various ministers. The government reviewed the potential short, medium and long-term economic impact of the conflict. Availability of the fertilizers for the upcoming Kharif season was discussed, analyzing the possible impact on farmers and agriculture production. The meeting also reviewed coal stocks at power plants across India. Ministries have been asked to explore diversifying import sources for critical sectors including chemicals, pharmaceuticals and petrochemicals. With the West Asia conflict continuing to evolve, the government says it is closely monitoring the situation to ensure stable supplies of food, fuel and essential commodities, while also preventing hoarding and black marketing across the country.
Now, viewers, more news from West Asia. Iran's response on the situation has sharply escalated tensions after US President Donald Trump's ultimatum over the Strait of Hormuz, raising fears of a wider conflict centered around the world's most critical oil route. Here is a quick report.
Iran has issued a strong warning saying any US strike on its power plants will trigger retaliation across the region. Tehran has threatened to target US-linked energy infrastructure, its system and even desalination facilities. Iranian officials have also warned of complete shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz if its energy infrastructure is attacked, a move that could severely disrupt global oil supply. This comes after US President Donald Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Iran. In a post on Truth Social, Trump warned that if Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened, the US will hit and obliterate Iran's power plants. He further stated that strikes would begin with Iran's largest facilities, marking a shift towards targeting critical energy infrastructure. If the US follows through on its threat, Iran's power infrastructure could become a primary target. Top of the list stands Iran's largest power station. At first place stands the Damavand plant near Tehran, which is country's biggest with nearly 3,000 megawatts capacity. Along the Caspian coast, the Neka power plant stands in Mazandaran, and lastly the Rajai plant in Kazvin, which is another major energy hub. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains under severe strain. Tanker movement is heavily restricted. Over 20 attacks have been reported and nearly 20,000 seafarers are still stranded, with only around 90 vessels passing through. With both sides issuing direct threats, the Strait of Hormuz has now emerged as the central flashpoint, with global energy security hanging in the balance.
All right, taking a short break. Coming up, from Dalal Street to Wall Street, global markets continue to fall as the West Asian war enters 24th day. Indian markets down over 2%. Piyush Goyal arrives in Chennai as the NDA tie loose ends and is likely to announce a seat-sharing deal between the BJP and AIADMK.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, a very warm welcome. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus will definitely be the West Asian conflict, but also the elections that are upcoming in India of the 4 states and 1 union territory. But also there has been a very big development at LaGuardia Airport in New York. There has been a fatal accident between the plane that was landing, which collided with a fire truck on the runway. We'll get you exclusive updates on that story also. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Collision reported at New York Airport. An aircraft and fire truck collide on runway. From Dalal Street to Wall Street, global markets continue to fall as the West Asian war enters 24th day. Indian markets down over 1%. Fuel prices increase across the globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps announces launch of a 75th wave of strikes, missile strikes targeting Israeli and US sites. As Trump's deadline for Iran approaches, Iran says it will hit region's energy sites if US-Israel target power plants. NIA raids in South and North Kashmir in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Piyush Goyal arrives in Chennai as the NDA ties loose ends and is likely to announce a seat-sharing deal between the BJP and the AIADMK. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news. Now, this is from the West Asian conflict, and we are getting you minute-to-minute updates from the conflict. And here's another one. A missile launched in the 75th wave of Operation True Promise 4 bore a sticker of Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's face. And a video shared by Iranian media shows the display comes as Sanchez has repeatedly labeled the US-Israeli actions illegal, unjustified, and an extraordinary mistake. Now, in violation of international law. Now, missile launched in the 75th wave of Operation True Promise with a picture of Sanchez. Now, this is latest and seems to be sort of symbolic and a messaging. Now, the display comes as Sanchez has repeatedly labeled the US-Israeli actions as illegal and unjustified. Now, this is something extremely new from the war front. A missile launched in 75th wave because the IRGC have launched the 75th wave of the strikes in Operation True Promise 4. And it had a sticker, it had an image of a Spanish Prime Minister, that is Pedro Sanchez's face. The video shared by Iranian media, as per reports, had the face of the Spanish Prime Minister. Now, the display comes as Sanchez has repeatedly labeled the US-Israeli actions as illegal and unjustified. The latest from the war zone. Missile amid war bore sticker of Spanish Prime Minister Sanchez, a sticker on missile launched amidst the war. This is the latest that we are fetching. Sanchez's sticker in the 75th wave of the strike. Now, the display comes as Sanchez has repeatedly labeled the US-Israeli actions as illegal and unjustified. Now, this is something new from the war front. Now, the image of Sanchez on a missile as shown by the Iranian media. The display comes as Sanchez has repeatedly labeled the US-Israeli actions as illegal and also unjustified in this context. Now, this is something new coming from the war front, from the West Asian conflict. A missile launch had the image, the sticker of Sanchez, Pedro Sanchez. Video shared by Iranian media shares. All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story now. A stark warning from the world's leading economies to Iran as the G7 comes together to condemn Tehran's escalating attacks on West Asia. Now, foreign ministers from the US, UK, France, Germany, Japan and other member nations have labelled the strikes as unjustifiable and a direct threat to regional and global security, calling for an immediate and unconditional halt. More in this report.
Powerful global warning to Iran. World's top economies unite against escalating attacks in the West Asia. The G7 sends a clear message to Iran to stop now or face consequences. Foreign ministers of the G7 nations, including the United States, UK, France, Germany and Japan, have strongly condemned Iran's attacks across the region. In its statement, G7 nations call the Iranian attack unjustifiable and a direct threat to regional and global security. From Bahrain to Saudi Arabia to the UAE. Critical infrastructure, energy hubs and civilian areas have all come under fire. The warning comes amid fears that this conflict could spill far beyond the region, with even major European cities now being flagged as potential future targets. The G7 nations warned that Iran's actions not only endanger the targeted countries but also pose a broader threat to regional and global security. The statement from G7 also reiterated that Iran must never obtain a nuclear weapon and that it must halt its ballistic missile program. The group also stressed the importance of ensuring the safety of critical maritime routes and global supply chains. The warning comes as tensions reach a tipping point, with fears that the conflict could widen, dragging more regions into its orbit.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story now. The impact of the West Asia conflict is now being felt across the globe as countries scramble to keep fuel flowing amid tightening supplies and soaring prices. Now, in the Philippines, the government has temporarily eased clean energy rules, allowing the use of cheaper, dirtier fuels to keep the economy running. Now, across Europe, the crisis is hitting pumps hard. Slovenia has capped daily fuel purchases to 50 litres, with long queues and dry stations reported, battling hoarding and supply disruptions. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka is facing a fresh fuel crunch with the prices soaring, highlighting the ripple effects of the conflict on global energy security. More in this special report.
The impact of West Asia war is now spreading across the globe. Countries are scrambling to keep fuel flowing as supplies tighten and prices spike. In the Philippines, the government has taken a step back on clean energy norms, allowing the temporary use of cheaper, dirtier fuel to keep the economy running. A move aimed at easing shortages after diesel prices surged sharply. In Europe, the crisis is already hitting the pumps. Slovenia has capped fuel purchases, with long queues and dry stations reported. Private vehicles are now limited to just 50 litres a day as authorities battle hoarding and supplying disruptions. And Sri Lanka is feeling the heat again. Fuel prices have been hiked sharply, diesel costs have soared, triggering disruptions in bus services as the island nation struggles with a fresh supply crunch.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, this is something from Senator Schumer, who has said enough is enough. Senator Schumer, during a Senate floor remarks on Sunday, spoke about military activities in Iran. This war needs to come to an end, he said, while the US President Donald Trump has mocked Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer following a near gaffe on the Senate floor. Increasingly frustrated, Democrat Schumer calls for more White House officials to testify in Congress on the ongoing war in Iran.
This war needs to come to an end. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and other cabinet officials must come before the Senate and testify under oath in public to explain why we're in this mess and what the goal even is. Even some Republicans are openly admitting they have no clue what the administration is trying to accomplish in the Middle East. Enough is enough. The American people do not want a war with Iran that has no end. They do not want to see our troops deployed again and again to the Middle East, and they don't want to just have a knot in their stomach every time they pull up to the gas pump, and soon enough the grocery store as well, because of the higher prices caused by this war. It must come to an end. I yield the floor.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, amid the escalating conflict involving West Asia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a crucial meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security to review the potential impact on India. The government assessed risks to food supply, energy security and fuel availability, while also examining measures to protect the Indian economy and citizens from the fallout of the ongoing geopolitical crisis. Here's a quick report on that.
Amid the ongoing war in West Asia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security to assess its impact on India. During the meeting, Cabinet Secretary T.V. Somnathan presented a detailed briefing on mitigation measures and steps taken by various ministers. The government reviewed the potential short, medium and long-term economic impact of the conflict. Availability of the fertilizers for the upcoming Kharif season was discussed, analyzing the possible impact on farmers and agriculture production. The meeting also reviewed coal stocks at power plants across India. Ministries have been asked to explore diversifying import sources for critical sectors including chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and petrochemicals. With the West Asia conflict continuing to evolve, the government says it is closely monitoring the situation to ensure stable supplies of food, fuel, and essential commodities, while also preventing hoarding and black marketing across the country.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news. This is coming from the West Asian conflict. Now, this is Iran mocking the US F-35 jet with its ballistic missile. And it says that F-35 stealth, questioning the stealth of the aircraft, of the fighter aircraft. They have said that, don't joke with me. I am the only one who hides from the radar. Now they are mocking the F-35 aircraft in their message. They are clearly saying that, are you really a stealth aircraft? And they're claiming that our missile is what is more falls in the category of stealth, because I'm the only one who hides from the radar and not you, because F-35 is one of the most sophisticated aircrafts of the United States of America. It's a stealth, state-of-the-art stealth aircraft. Now, this is Iran mocking the F-35 aircraft, now as joking about the F-35 aircraft, because it has claimed that it has shot down an F-35 aircraft in the war, in the West Asian conflict. Now, this is a very big statement, openly mocking America's most advanced stealth jet, the F-35 Lightning II. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting. It's about the LaGuardia Airport at New York, where a collision has been reported between an aircraft and a fire truck. Now, authorities have not yet released the exact details on injuries or the extent of the damage, but New York's LaGuardia Airport is currently closed after an arriving Air Canada Express CRJ 900 collided with a ground vehicle. Now, multiple critical patients are being reported after Air Canada flight collides. We have to wait for the number because they have not released the exact numbers, but various figures are coming. But this is about the crash, about the collision between the Air Canada flight and the fire truck, which was at the tarmac, at the runway, at LaGuardia Airport in New York. These are the visuals of the crash, of the collision. We also have a reaction of one of the passenger who was on the aircraft before boarding the plane. Let's watch that also.
It was on the ground on the nose.
You've heard of long lines at the airport? Well, you ready to see it? Let's do this.
No, don't even worry. We're just getting started. I don't even know how long this line will be. How long is this line?
You've heard of long lines at the airport? Well, you ready to see it? Let's do this.
No, don't even worry. We're just getting started. I don't even know how long this line will be. How long is this line?
All right, viewers, we have more updates coming in, and of the big breaking news now, US Federal Aviation officials issues a complete ground stop in that airport. Where an Air India Express plane flying from Montreal collided with a ground vehicle upon landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport. The US Federal Aviation Administration, that is the FAA, has issued a ground stop for all planes at the airport until 5:30 GMT. Now, this is something around 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time, 11 at Indian Standard Time, IST. Complete ground stop issued for all planes at LaGuardia Airport. And now this is the notice from the regulator about the crash and the complete stop of operation, complete halt of the operations in that location. Now, this is a very serious collision which has taken place at the major airport of New York, that is the LaGuardia Airport. It was an Air Canada Express CRJ 900 aircraft which reportedly collided with a fire truck on the runway while landing. Collision happened during the landing operations, and the fire truck was at that location, and there was supposedly a collision between the aircraft and the fire truck. This is the latest we are fetching. It was an emergency ground vehicle, the fire truck, which was struck, which collided with the aircraft. Multiple passengers are reported to be in critical conditions. The numbers have not come yet. They have to ascertain that. Now, LaGuardia Airport is currently closed following the incident. Exact number of injuries or casualties, the details of that are awaited. But the cause of the collision is that they collided while the plane was landing. So definitely that might be the ATC at fault or some sort of miscommunication. How come the fire truck was at the tarmac or at the runway while the plane was about to land? Now, this is very severe, scary pictures. The front part of the aircraft, completely broken. The front part is completely broken. All right, we have Captain C.S. Randhawa, an aviation expert, joining us to speak on this issue. Captain Randhawa, once again, more details are fetching. Exact numbers have not come yet, but operations have been shut in that location at LaGuardia. What will be your take on what must have unfolded there in this unfortunate incident, sir? All right, we'll try to reconnect. Seems to be some sort of an issue. But these are the visuals of the crash, of that collision, which happened in LaGuardia Airport. US Federal Aviation officials issues a ground stop. There will be no operations. There is a complete halt because this was a flight from Montreal which collided with ground vehicle upon landing. All right, we have Captain Randhawa back with us. Sir, your comment on what must have unfolded on the miscommunication between the ATC, the ground staff, and the pilot, the aircraft, sir.
See, the aircraft was landing on the runway at LaGuardia. Now, it is very clear, as I mentioned earlier to Niranjan also, that there are two things. Firstly, there could be that the ATC has allowed the vehicle to enter the runway, or the vehicle has entered the runway without clearance on a live runway. Now, in both cases, the fault is of the ATC, because in case the ATC found this fire tender on the runway, the aircraft should have been told to go around. Now, this was not done, and the aircraft, once it has already landed, and if the vehicle came onto the runway, the aircraft has got nowhere to go because it cannot go round at that stage. Once he's applied the reverse thrust and he's in the deceleration mode, they cannot stop the aircraft.
Yeah.
Now, so the full blame goes to the driver of the vehicle and also the ATC controller, both of them. Now, time and again, there are thousands of accidents, ground accidents, which take place every year, but we still don't learn from those mistakes. This is a 100% avoidable accident, any ground accident, whether it's during taxiing or in apron areas. Every time you're seeing, sometimes the ground vehicles are hitting the aircraft engine, sometimes it is hitting on the taxi track, sometimes it is hitting in the apron areas. These are all totally avoidable accidents. And this can be avoided by adhering to the standard operating procedures. And whenever there's a lapse, it leads to an accident.
All right, sir. So we are getting more details about what must have unfolded. The latest details is about the speed of the plane also and of the vehicle. The vehicle was at a speed of about 24 miles per hour, that is 39 kilometers per hour, as per the latest that we are fetching. And this this plane was by Jazz Aviation, the Air Canada's regional partner. Now, this means the fire truck was also moving, sir. It must have been traveling on that path, on that runway, on that tarmac. And the plane must have been landing. Now, what kind of speed do we expect while an aircraft lands? What must have been the speed of the aircraft during the time of this collision, sir, if it was landing on that runway?
See, once you're landing, even in the CRJ 900 aircraft, the speed would have been approximately, it depends on what stage of the landing phase the aircraft has impacted. Okay, initial landing speed is around 130 knots or so. So later on, as the aircraft is decelerating, so at what stage it hit the aircraft, that is not known from the pictures. Whether it is hit around mid-runway, toward the end of the runway, or in the beginning of the runway.
Yeah, but if you have to guess or analyze by looking at the pictures, Captain Randhawa, the sort of damage that was inflicted on the aircraft, the complete front portion of the aircraft is not there. It has been damaged. The cockpit is not there. It's not visible anymore. So it must have been a sort of a high-speed collision.
Knots. The speed must have been over 100 knots.
Okay. So, sir, do you expect...
So 100 knots means approximately 185 kilometers.
Okay.
And that is a very high speed. But pilot has got no way to, circumvent the accident.
Yeah. True.
And time and again, you see, the world has seen disasters. There were at Canary Islands about 3 decades back, there was an accident between two jumbos where almost 570 lives were lost. Again, that was a problem with the ATC controller.
Yeah. So ATC is to blame in this particular case, or the fire tender?
That investigation can only say that did the ATC allow the fire tender to go?
Yeah.
And if it had spotted the fire tender, I think that was a late stage for an aircraft to go round. Okay. Because once the reversers are applied, he is committed to land and nothing he can do.
Okay, definitely. But what's the standard operating procedure of the operations that take place in an airport?
Standard operating procedure, Niranjan, operating procedures are very clear that once the aircraft has been given clear to land, there is no question that runway is live. No one can enter that runway. Neither an aircraft nor any vehicular movement can be there. And thousands of accidents have taken place during runway incursions. Either the aircraft has been protruding or a vehicle has entered the runway. So we have to learn from the mistakes. And this is a serious accident. I think there would be casualties. 100% there will be casualties because the nose of the aircraft is totally gone. So I don't know whether the pilots are also alive.
Yeah, definitely. That is a very big question because the front portion, the cockpit, is clearly severely damaged in this case, but the rear portion is still seems to be a little bit intact. But sir, even the injuries that must have happened in this case must be critical. Severe injuries in this case, sir.
Severe injuries, absolutely right. There will be severe injuries because the impact is very high. Okay. Though the fire tender speed was in 24 miles, that will be about almost 36-40 kilometers. Okay, but the aircraft is in motion. So actually, if you see, the force is mass into acceleration. So if you put both these things together, then it is very clear that that you have to consider this, that vehicles at no stage should be anywhere close to the runway if it is to avoid an accident. And this is given in the standard operating procedures.
Okay. Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable time and to explain what must have unfolded at LaGuardia Airport. Thanks a lot, Captain Randhawa. So this was Captain Randhawa explaining what must have unfolded. But coming up, don't go anywhere. We'll get you more details on the New York City aircraft mishap at LaGuardia Airport, where a plane collided with a fire truck on the runway. Coming up next.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जल जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा आर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, Donald Trump's 48-hour ultimatum is going to end soon, and he has already warned Iran that he's going to attack the power plants in the country, which will essentially plunge the country into a total blackout. We get you all the latest in the West Asia war, but first, the headlines. Collision reported at New York airport. An aircraft and fire truck collided on the runway. From Dalal Street to Wall Street, global markets continue to fall as the West Asia war enters 24th day. Indian markets down over 1%. Fuel prices increase across the globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. Iran's Revolutionary Guard announces launch of a 75 missile wave targeting Israeli and US sites. As Donald Trump's deadline for Iran approaches, Iran says it will hit region's energy sites if US-Israel target power plants. NIA raids in South and North Kashmir in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Piyush Goyal arrives in Chennai as NDA ties loose ends and is likely to announce a seat-sharing deal between the BJP and AIADMK. And now, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news where Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson has in fact flagged that another instance of false flag operations in fact has taken place. And he claims that it is aimed, all the false flag operations are aimed at tarnishing Iran's reputation and inciting its neighbors. And it claims that these strategies are now being exposed in the West Asia war. Now, this is contrary to the claims by US Central Command, which essentially stated that an Iranian drone was behind the explosion in the residential Sitra area in Bahrain on 9th of March. It has now been revealed that this explosion resulted from a hit by an American Patriot missile. It is also noteworthy that contrary to the initial claims by Bahrain and US attributing the explosion to an attack by an Iranian drone, now a report says, in fact the report which is based on an analysis conducted by academic researchers, the report says that the American Patriot missile was in fact responsible for this explosion, a fact also acknowledged by the Bahraini government spokesman. So this is a big news in fact, and on the back of the attack that took place in Minab on the elementary school in Iran, another false flag operation in fact. Now remember, viewers, we are getting you the latest reports which in fact, citing academic researchers, claim that this attack on Bahrain on 9th of March was in fact carried out by an American Patriot missile, and in fact that Patriot missile, a US-made Patriot missile, was responsible for the explosion. Now remember, several injuries also took place in this explosion that we're talking about, which took place in Bahrain on 9th of March. Now essentially Iran is saying that these false flag operations are being conducted by United States and Israel to provoke the other nations in the Gulf region against Iran. But US Central Command says that an Iranian drone in fact was behind this explosion. So this is a big piece of breaking news that we are tracking. Remember, comes right days after the Minab attack that in fact killed hundreds of children. Now, US President Donald Trump also took to social media with a cryptic post, and it read, "Peace through strength." So this is a cryptic post also being made by Donald Trump. All right, another big breaking news that we are tracking, in fact, is the White House cryptic message that I just spoke about, where Donald Trump, in fact, took to social media with a cryptic post reading "Peace through strength." So this is a post by Donald Trump, who is very well known for his long rants on social media, posting dozens of posts, in fact, in a day on his Truth Social handle. And now this cryptic post, which simply reads "Peace through strength." Now remember, this comes right ahead of the deadline, which is approaching, of the 48 hours, where he said that he is going to strike the power plants located in Iran. So a post there, and in fact, the Patriot missile, which, as per the reports, in fact, was responsible for the explosion that took place in Bahrain on 9th of March. So you have this post which simply reads "Peace through strength." Now remember, there is no ceasefire in sight as of now in this post by Donald Trump. And now, viewers, Iran's response has sharply escalated tensions after US President Donald Trump's ultimatum over the Strait of Hormuz, raising fears of a wider conflict centered around the world's most critical oil route. Here is a full report on it.
Iran has issued a strong warning, saying any US strike on its power plants will trigger retaliation across the region. Tehran has threatened to target US-linked energy infrastructure, its system, and even desalination facilities. Iranian officials have also warned of complete shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz if its energy infrastructure is attacked, a move that could severely disrupt global oil supply. This comes after US President Donald Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Iran. In a post on Truth Social, Trump warned that if Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened, the US will hit and obliterate Iran's power plants. He further stated that strikes would begin with Iran's largest facilities, marking a shift towards targeting critical energy infrastructure. If the US follows through on its threat, Iran's power infrastructure could become a primary target. Top of the list stands Iran's largest power station. At first place stands the Damavand plant near Tehran, which is country's biggest with nearly 3,000 megawatts capacity. Along the Caspian coast, the Neka power plant stands in Mazandaran, and lastly, the Rajai plant in Kazvin, which is another major energy hub. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains under severe strain. Tanker movement is heavily restricted. Over 20 attacks have been reported, and nearly 20,000 seafarers are still stranded, with only around 90 vessels passing through. With both sides issuing direct threats, the Strait of Hormuz has now emerged as the central flashpoint, with global energy security hanging in the balance.
And now, viewers, another big breaking news that we're getting is from Cuba, where Cuba is all set for the unlikely possibility of a military engagement with the United States. Now, Cuban foreign minister, in fact, has put out a statement on this very development, where we are seeing that there is a possibility of a military engagement taking place with the United States. Now, Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister, in fact, Carlos Fernandez de Cosio, said over the weekend in response to US President Donald Trump's threats to take over the Caribbean island nation, Havana and Washington entered talks earlier this month as an oil blockade imposed by Donald Trump pushes the communist-run nation deeper into economic crisis. Now, Donald Trump on Monday escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, saying that he expected to have the honor, quote-unquote, honor of taking Cuba. He also said that, in fact, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuba said that our country has historically been ready to mobilize as a nation as a whole for military aggression. We don't believe it is something that is probable, but we would be naive if we do not prepare. So a big warning, in fact, by Cuba to Donald Trump, who in fact said that it does not believe in military aggression, but is ready to mobilize as a nation if there is any threat towards the country, comes right after Donald Trump's quote-unquote, he says, honor of taking Cuba, expected to have the honor of taking Cuba is what Donald Trump said. And this is a big statement by Cuba there. And now, viewers, more news from Cuba, as Cuba is struggling to restore its energy system after a nationwide blackout plunged millions into darkness for the third time this month. Now, residents of Cuba have been forced to walk the streets searching for food while also sitting outside their homes, powerless and unable to access water, refrigeration and communication. More in this report.
Cuba began restoring its energy system on Sunday, a day after a nationwide collapse of the entire grid left millions of people in the dark for the third time this month. People walked the streets searching for food, others sat outside their homes seeking a bit of light outside their darkened homes.
Sí, cada vez es más consecutivamente el tema de la corriente. Para mí está crítico. Sí, ¿no? Tienen que dar una solución pronto. Como dice la canción, La Habana no aguanta más.
No electricity means no water pumps, no refrigeration, no communication.
Ya lo demás, no he podido desayunar porque no hay luz. Mira la oscuridad que hay atrás.
Cuba is currently facing an unprecedented energy crisis. Cuba blamed the outages on a USA energy blockade after President Donald Trump in January warned of tariffs on any country that sells or provides oil to Cuba.
De política no me interesa. Y con dificultades o sin dificultades hay que seguir viviendo. Yo todo se lo dejo en manos de Dios y la situación, como venga, tenemos que enfrentarla.
Daily blackouts have significant impact on the population, whose lives are disrupted by reduced work hours, lack of electricity for cooking, and damage to household appliances, among many other consequences.
And now, viewers, another big breaking news that we're tracking from the war in West Asia. United States and Israeli strikes target radio transmitters in Bandar Abbas port. Now, 100 kilowatt of transmitter, in fact, of the Arab-Persian Gulf Center was targeted in an attack by the United States Israeli army. The director of the center stated that one security personnel was martyred and one was injured. The attack is in violation of international law, is what we are hearing as a statement after this attack. So United States and Israeli armies, in fact, targeting radio transmitter located in Bandar Abbas port. So this is the latest that we have. US and Israel targeting all sorts of communication facilities of IRGC, giving a dent to IRGC in this war. Remember, comes right ahead of the deadline of 48 hours ultimatum. Now, Donald Trump, in fact, targeting all sorts of command centers and intel facilities of IRGC in collaboration with Israel. So, of course, remember, Israel is providing intel to United States as well as these strikes are taking place. This is a joint operation which was started on 28th of February and now targeted, very specific and targeted attacks taking place to, in fact, decimate all these facilities of IRGC. And we have another piece of breaking news where United States reinforces Middle East presence with 4,500 troops amid the Strait of Hormuz tensions. Now, sources suggest that US is deploying 4,500 sailors and Marines to the Middle East, including infantry battalions, helicopters, F-35 fighter jets, and armored vehicles in preparation of a potential battle for the Strait of Hormuz and key energy installations. It is a big news that we are getting you. We are 4,500 troops, and not only troops, but in fact multiple equipments. We are talking about fighter aircraft, F-35, we are talking about armored vehicles, and infantry battalions as well, now dispatched to Middle East. And in fact, this is a reinforcement of the presence of United States and Israel in the Strait of Hormuz. So of course, something is brewing, something big is going to come up in the next 24 hours as the deadline comes to an end. This is a massive, massive deployment and mobilization of US Army, US troops in the Middle East region, and comes right ahead of the deadline. So you have all the equipment with Donald Trump and the troops. So what is going to do next will be closely tracked. And 4,500 troops, in fact, that we're talking about. Now, remember, also comes after a lot of US assets in the Gulf region are destroyed, in fact, attacked in multiple drone and missile strikes. And in fact, Iran vouching that it will not let the US military, in fact, presence in the Gulf region. And in fact, one of the guarantees that Iran is, in fact, asking for, that if United States want any sort of a ceasefire in this war, then it will have to in fact, get out of the entire Gulf region and take out all of its assets present in the region. In fact, what Iran claims posing a threat to the Iranian regime, to IRGC. So this is a big news that we are tracking, US reinforcements taking place in the Middle East. Earlier, we saw how 3 aircraft carrier ships, in fact, were dispatched to the Middle East. And now we have troops, equipment, essentially in the disposition of United States. And now, viewers, a major escalation has taken place on Israel's northern front as Israeli forces have struck a key bridge in southern Lebanon, which is part of a broader strategy to block Hezbollah movement. Let's have a detailed look at this particular report. The Israeli Air Force destroyed the Kashmir Bridge over the Litani River, a crucial link on Lebanon's coastal highway near Tyre. The bridge is considered a lifeline connecting southern Lebanon to Beirut and central regions. Its destruction is expected to severely disrupt civilian movement and supply routes. The strike came after an advance warning from the Israeli military, which claimed Hezbollah was using the bridge to move fighters and weapons. Israel has now expanded its target list, ordering the destruction of all bridges over the Litani River to block Hezbollah access to southern Lebanon.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הורינו לצה"ל להשמיד באופן מיידי את כל הקשרים מעל לנהר הליטני שמשמשים לפעילות טרור. וזאת כדי למנוע מעבר של מחבלי חיזבאללה ונשק דרומה, ובנוסף לכך להאיץ את הרס הבתים הלבנונים בכפרי המגע כדי לסכל איומים על היישובים הישראלים בהתאם למודל בית חנון ורפיח בעזה.
The move is considered as a part of a wider military strategy, as it is similar to operations carried out in Gaza aimed at creating buffer zones along the border. Meanwhile, the Lebanese authorities have condemned the strike, warning it could be a precursor to a larger ground offensive. With critical infrastructure now being targeted, fears are rising of a deeper escalation on the Israel-Lebanon front. And now, viewers, another big piece of breaking news that we're getting is Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, in fact, secured a fuel deal with Singapore amid the energy crisis in West Asia, a fuel deal between both the nations, Australia and Singapore. This is a big piece of breaking news coming in on the back of the Middle East war. Now, the pact was, in fact, secured on 23rd of March. Amid the Middle East tensions, where energy supplies are essentially disrupted. This is a fuel deal that we're talking about. Now, the Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong and Anthony Albanese, in fact, pledged to ensure uninterrupted trade in key goods like diesel and LNG. So they have pledged that they'll coordinate and ensure uninterrupted trade flows of these goods, diesel and LNG, petroleum oils. They also committed to mutual consultations on any sort of disruptions taking place on the back of this war, and also accelerating talks on a formal arrangement on trade in essential supplies as per their earlier agreement. So this is the latest that we have, and the visuals also on your screen. So a fuel deal, in fact, that has been struck by Australian Prime Minister and Singapore Prime Minister. And viewers, US Senator Chuck Schumer has said enough is enough during Senate floor remarks on Sunday. He spoke about military activities in Iran, in fact. Now, this war needs to come to an end, is what he said, while the US President Donald Trump has mocked Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer following a near gaffe on the Senate floor. Increasingly frustrated Democrat Schumer calls for more White House officials to testify in Congress on the ongoing war situation in Iran. We have a full report.
This war needs to come to an end. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and other cabinet officials must come before the Senate and testify under oath in public to explain why we're in this mess and what the goal even is. Even some Republicans are openly admitting they have no clue what the administration is trying to accomplish in the Middle East. Enough is enough. The American people do not want a war with Iran that has no end. They do not want to see our troops deployed again and again to the Middle East, and they don't want to just have a knot in their stomach every time they pull up to the gas pump, and soon enough the grocery store as well, because of the higher prices caused by this war. It must come to an end. I yield the floor.
And viewers, tensions in the Gulf region are escalating as Iran claims to have struck a US fighter jet, a claim firmly denied by Washington. Now, US Central Command says no F-15s have been downed, with over 8,000 combat flights flown under Operation Epic Fury. More in this report.
Tensions are soaring in the Gulf as a war of claims and counter-claims erupts between Iran and the US. Iran claims it struck a powerful American fighter jet mid-air, but Washington is calling it outright false. In a sharp rebuttal, US Central Command dismissed reports that an F-15 was shot down over Iranian territory, labeling them as rumors with no basis in reality. The clarification comes after reports claim that Iranian air defense systems intercepted and downed a US F-15 near Hormuz Island with a surface-to-air missile. According to CENTCOM, more than 8,000 combat flights have been carried out under Operation Epic Fury, and not a single US fighter jet has been downed by Iran. Though earlier reports claimed that a US F-35 aircraft made an emergency landing at the US airbase after it was struck by a possible Iranian fire. The incident comes amid heightened tensions in the region. Earlier, US President Donald Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Iran, warning Washington would hit and obliterate Iranian power plants, starting with the largest if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened.
Now, viewers, another big breaking news that we're tracking is from London, where a major anti-Semitic arson attack took place in London. 4 ambulances, in fact, set ablaze by individuals, and these ambulances belonged to a volunteer Jewish emergency service providing 24/7 medical aid. This is the latest that we have. Major anti-Semitic arson attack taking place in London. Now, this, as per reports, is a suspected anti-Semitic hate crime. According to police, in fact, this is a suspected anti-Semitic hate crime. An investigation has been launched after 4 ambulances belonging to the Jewish Community Ambulance Service were set on fire in fact, Golders Green area. You have the visuals of the CCTV where 4 individuals, in fact, came near the ambulances and set it ablaze on fire. You have, in fact, the fire visible in the CCTV footage, and these individuals then running and escaping the crime scene. So you have 4 ambulances, in fact, belonging to a Jewish volunteer group. These are the individuals that walked in, then set the ambulances ablaze, on fire, and then leaving and escaping. These are the CCTV visuals that we are getting you now. An investigation has already been launched in this case, but it is suspected to be an anti-Semitic arson attack. That is what we are getting to know. 4 ambulances destroyed in this attack. You have the individuals, in fact, escaping the crime scene after committing the crime, setting these ambulances ablaze. And in news from Japan, Japan is signaling a potential role keeping the Strait of Hormuz open, one of the world's most critical oil routes. Now, Foreign Minister Toshimitsu said that mine-sweeping operations could be considered if ceasefire is reached in the ongoing US-Israeli conflict with Iran. Now, Tokyo also stressed the importance of safe navigation through the narrow waterway, which carries a fifth of global oil supplies, while also making it clear that Japan has no immediate plans to intervene. More in this report.
As tensions escalate in West Asia, Japan signals a possible move. Mine-sweeping operations in the Strait of Hormuz to keep this vital oil route open. Japan could consider deploying its military for mine-sweeping in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital artery for global oil supplies. Japan's foreign minister said that if a ceasefire is reached in the US-Israeli war on Iran, then things like mine-sweeping could come up. Japan's military actions are limited under its post-war pacifist constitution. But 2015 security legislation allows Japan to use its self-defense forces on overseas if an attack, including on a close security partner, threatens Japan's survival and no other means are available to address it. Though Tokyo has no immediate plans to seek arrangements to allow passage through the Strait of Hormuz for stranded Japanese vessels. Japan's foreign minister also said that it was extremely important to create conditions that allow all ships to navigate through the narrow waterway, the conduit for a fifth of the world's oil shipments.
All right, taking a short break. Coming up, collision reported at New York Airport. An aircraft and fire truck collided on the runway.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं तो फिर तो अरे अनुसरी होगा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Air Canada flight flying from Montreal collides with ground vehicle at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Several injuries suspected.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop.
ATC audio reveals sequence before impact. Controller heard stop as the flight collides. "24 hours left in Trump's two-day ultimatum. Reports suggest US increasing military build-up in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran threatens retaliation as Trump's deadline approaches. Iran says will attack electrical plants, power plants, US military bases. Fuel prices increases across the globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tension disrupt global oil supplies. Starting this edition of Live Report with the latest now coming in from New York. This morning, an Air Canada Express flight collided with a fire engine at the LaGuardia Airport, which is in New York. In fact, from the details that have emerged so far, it appears there have been several injuries that have been reported. In fact, news agencies reporting that over 70 have been injured. The details as far as what led to the collision is not known as yet, but it seems that the flight which had to come from Montreal had landed at LaGuardia Airport in New York, following which, from the ATC audio that has now come out, it seems that the pilot was essentially told to stop, but by that time the fire engine was already on the tarmac, leading to a massive collision that has taken place. In terms of casualties, that is still not known at this point in time, but it seems that from what news agencies have been reporting, over 70 people have already been injured. As of now, there is no statement that has been issued by Air Canada Express, but as we speak right now, LaGuardia Airport has been shut down. That's the latest now coming in from the airlines. In fact, we're also getting in more details in terms of the operations that have been carried out, which have been suspended. It seems that on the tarmac itself, the flight was moving at a higher speed. Now, that's what the news agencies have been reporting. I'm going to stay with these images on your screens right now. This was moments after the crash has taken place. Devastating images now coming in from LaGuardia Airport, where you can see right now, this was the moment after the fire engine collided with the aircraft, leading to several injuries that have been reported. In a short while from now, we'll also be joined by an aviation expert to help us break it down for you as to what has exactly happened. In fact, there are some more breaking news now coming in linked to what has happened taken place, which has been reported. We're going to take you through some of the details that are coming in right now. Flights have been diverted from LaGuardia after the collision. That's the latest coming in. The airport has been shut. 18 flights have been diverted from LaGuardia Airport. Let me also see if we can go across to our aviation expert who's going to join us on this broadcast, helping us understand what really happened, because so far there is no clarity as to how exactly did the aircraft, which had already landed, crashed into a fire engine. In fact, Captain Palaniswami is joining us on this broadcast. Captain Palaniswami, it's quite surprising that the aircraft which had landed and was on the tarmac collides into a fire engine. How could that be even possible?
Let me tell you one thing at the outset. It's a very grave concern. The pilot did not notice the truck on the runway, but let me tell you one thing. All taxiing incidents are non-excusable, whatever the cause is. Now, immediate, we request an investigation, and their medical should be also checked, both the driver, pilot, and the truck driver also. Whether the truck has hit the aircraft or the aircraft hit the truck driver, we have to establish. Because truck drivers are also trained for movement of the tarmac area in the airport. Whether he was given proper training or the aircraft moving on the tarmac area or not, that has to be seen. Now, we are lucky that not many very serious injuries have taken place. Aircraft could have caught fire also. It would have been a very, very serious incident. But the taxiing incidents are non-excusable. Whatever the cause may be, whether the pilot's cause or the driver cause, it has to be, both of them have to be taken up for investigation, and the medical should be done immediately. Maybe one taxi driver may be drunk. It is only the investigation will tell why he went and hit the aircraft. And the aircraft was also told by ATC to stop. He did not stop the aircraft. Why he didn't stop it? All these matters require a serious investigation immediately, and the medical should be done for the pilots and the truck driver, both.
Captain Palaniswami,
this is my opinion.
Captain Palaniswami, just a quick question before I move on to other breaking news now coming in. From the audio that has been leaked, that's the ATC audio, there is an indication that the pilot was told to stop. But would you perhaps say that this is a mistake by the ATC of not informing the pilot on time, and that is the reason why this accident could not have been averted?
Sir, it is only the investigation. At what stage the ATC came to know that he is coming closer to the truck? And what stage he advised him to stop? Okay, but the aircraft is taxiing. The taxiing speed is not more than 5 to 6 miles per hour. It's a very slow speed they have to taxi. What speed he was taxiing? Why he could not stop it? And did he not see the truck coming on the tarmac area? And whether the truck driver has intentionally was drunk and gone and hit the engine, it could have been a very, very serious incident. Even the engine could have caught fire. It is only the serious investigation and the medical test to be done for the pilot as well as the truck driver. And the ATC should also find out at what stage they told the aircraft to stop. And why didn't he stop it? You see, we cannot preempt all these things, what I'm talking, but the only investigation will find out the reasons for all this incident. And I can tell you, taxiing incidents are non-excusable, whether it's the cause of the pilot or the truck driver. They are not supposed to move the runway tarmac area unless they have trained properly the hazards of the taxiing aircraft.
Thank you very much, Captain Palaniswami, for joining us on this broadcast. Shifting focus now to the other big breaking news now coming in. Prime Minister is going to now address from the Parliament. This is around 2 o'clock when he's going to speak on the West Asia war. This comes after the CCS meeting that took place late last evening, where he's reviewed the situation, mitigating the measures in context of the ongoing West Asia conflict. In fact, I'll just quickly take you through some of the details, and also we are going to be joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. I'm given to understand that in the CCS, the discussion was related to the short, medium and long-term measures to ensure continued availability of essential needs that have been discussed. Secondly, alternative sources of fertilizers for farmers were also discussed to ensure continued availability. Then there was another concern that was with regards to diversifying sources of imports that were required by chemicals, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals in other individual sectors. New export destinations was the other thing that was basically discussed in the CCS. Let me also bring in Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek, the Prime Minister, since the time the West Asia war has broken out, this perhaps would be the first time that he would be addressing, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, you are absolutely right, Shravan. He would be addressing the parliament and through the Lok Sabha, the nation for the first time. Yes, but through his posts, through his Prime Minister's office's releases, we know for a fact that he has been closely involved with managing the crisis for the country. He has been engaging with his counterparts in West Asia and around the world. He has been working the phones literally multiple times every day. For example, he has spoken to the Iranian president twice. In the last 1 week, he has spoken to every leader of the Gulf countries at least twice, including the heads of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Oman and Qatar and Bahrain and Kuwait. So I think essentially what we are going to see is Prime Minister giving an update on what has been done to make sure that India's energy situation remains stable. Obviously, there are stresses and they are visible, particularly on the side of the LPG. On the side of fertilizers front, it's very comfortable, and on the issue of crude and the crude products like petrol and diesel, almost stable. So that's been the picture that we know already through the daily oil briefings, and apart from that, backgrounders from the Petroleum Ministry. But from the Prime Minister, this is the first time we will be hearing. The opposition has been demanding a statement, and the Prime Minister essentially, I believe, agreeing to it. Also remember, this comes after or on the back of the Cabinet Committee on Security that met yesterday and deliberated, and some decisions were taken. So obviously the Prime Minister would be apprising the nation on the decisions taken to tide over this situation, and whatever is needed on the part of the government in terms of whole of the government approach, and of course whatever is needed from the people also. We can expect the Prime Minister might make a statement on that also.
Abhishek, with regards to the discussion that took place at the CCS, this was not only about the LPG crisis, something that has been indicated during the interministerial briefing, but also about diversification of our export areas, which would essentially keep us also afloat when it comes to various sectors. What many are not basically putting the focus on is about what many believe could be a global food crisis that we could be staring at if the war is basically elongated. If that's the case, then how exactly is India really looking at it? Whether at all, is there some sort of a crisis when it comes to fertilizers? Is that what we are looking at? Because the entire dialogue, the entire focus has only been about fuel. Is it now beyond fuel? It's also about other areas, like, for example, fertilizer being one such. Of course, chemicals would be the other big concern.
Well, that's a genuine concern, Shravan, and a good question that you raise. So what I have gathered through my sources specifically on fertilizers, in fact, Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan is going to speak in a while from now at around 12:30 p.m. And we will get a better picture on that. But so far as fertilizer supplies are concerned, beg your pardon, for the Kharif season, which is beginning now, it's taken care of is what we are given to understand, that whatever fertilizers are needed, whatever inputs are needed by way of urea, etc., for the Kharif season, India is well stocked, and that if the war prolongs, and the indication is the war is prolonging, if it is for 15 days, 20 days, I think essentially the brass tacks crisis management is going to be about fuels only, particularly LPG. But if the war prolongs to a situation where we are looking at a window of 2 months, 3 months, then maybe even fertilizers become an issue. But as of now, for the upcoming Kharif season, which begins maybe 15 days from now. Remember, we are just coming out of the spring festivals and the harvest festivals. There is a window of about 15 days to 1 month. And after that, the Kharif season sowing begins. That's taken care of. But essentially, as of now, the primary concern and the most important concern is LPG, Shravan, gas for domestic consumers, gas for commercial consumers, and gas for industrial sectors, in that order. If that's managed, if the war winds down, remember, if we have been covering this war for the last 20 days, 25 days. We have seen some tapering off of attacks, tapering off of the intensity of attacks. So maybe war is tapering off, but then you never know. One morning, President Trump might get up and decide that, no, he wants to step on the pedal and continue further. So in that situation, obviously, our supplies are strained from the Gulf. The fact of diversification that you mentioned, that has already happened substantially. In fact, if you look at the one LPG tanker that docked at Mangaluru port yesterday came from the United States. And in fact, over the last 1 week alone, our gas imports from Argentina have doubled. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of broad-based scouting of fuel sources from wherever possible is happening, to the extent that international agencies like Reuters had reported that 7 oil tankers that were in the high seas and were destined for China actually did a U-turn and started moving towards India, one of which, again, docked at Mangaluru port yesterday. So a lot is happening. A tremendous amount of effort is going into it in terms of scouting for energy, both by the public and private sector together, and of course the whole of government approach that we saw in the picture yesterday with the Prime Minister heading that meeting. It was called Cabinet Committee on Security, but if you look at the pictures closely, all the concerned ministers, including Agriculture Minister, who is not part of the CCS, including the Roads and Surface Transport Minister, who is not part of the CCS, including the Shipping Minister, who is not part of the CCS, they were all present, which means that, and their secretaries were present, which means that the government is really approaching it with the whole of government thought, and wherever needed, private sector is supplementing it by way of scoring and getting these supplies from wherever they are, including high seas. The United States unsanctioning Iranian oil was one step which opened up more sources. And so I think in the statement that Prime Minister is going to make in the Lok Sabha, he's going to give a very broad picture of what has been done, some of which we already know, but also perhaps, it might go on in terms of some crystal ball gazing as to if the war prolongs for 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, then what's going to be the prognosis in terms of energy supplies and what all people might also be needed to do. So I think in that sense, it's going to be a very important statement, Shawan. As I said, before Prime Minister, even Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan is addressing press conference. We will know more from that on the fertilizers front and the agriculture and food supplies front. And from the Prime Minister, of course, the complete picture the nation should be looking forward to.
Just one more quick question before I let you go, because the opposition parties, what we saw this morning also, in fact, as we speak, I'm given to understand that the Aam Party in the national capital has taken to the streets. You've had various other opposition parties saying that perhaps the government was not really well prepared when it comes to this kind of a conflict. But having said that, where do we really stand in terms of our reserves right now? Because given the growing concern in the region itself, various other countries, for instance, Sri Lanka has basically seen an uptick in the fuel prices, over 25% hike that has been seen. That's a massive spike that we're looking at. The Brent crude prices have now gone up to about $115 per barrel. So it seems that it is only spiraling and it's not going to end anytime soon. How exactly is the government really trying to mitigate these major concerns?
Well, for one, Shawan, opposition is well within its right to raise questions and, hit the streets if the crisis is such. Having said that, if you look at our neighborhood, Pakistan has today is their National Day, and they are not having their National Day parade because they do not have fuel to fill in the tanks and to parade them on the streets. They are holding their cricket league indoors and not having spectators. Sri Lanka, you mentioned, has increased its prices, petrol prices by 25%. And then you have stories coming in from all parts of the world, including Slovenia and Philippines, that we had on our broadcast in the morning of how this situation is adversely affecting fuel supplies in all these countries. If the government was not prepared and yet for 25 days we have sustained, that should be a good picture, because if the government is prepared, then you can think of the war prolonging for another 2 months and the government will manage that. Having said that, if you look at it, the LPG situation is tight. That has been admitted to by the government officials themselves in the daily oil briefings, that this is not sustainable. In fact, on Friday, the last briefing that happened, the clear statement that came out was that we are in crisis situation and that the LPG supplies are not sustainable. That was the first indication that we are looking at a crisis in which people might have to, take a bit of a hit there. And perhaps in that context, in that backdrop, the Prime Minister's statement today gains that much more salience. But again, if you look at the petrol and diesel supplies, no dry outs being reported from a single petrol pump is some achievement by itself. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of resilience that there in terms of our stock holding, 70, 75 days, of which 20, 25 days are over, and in between replenishments have also happened. So even now, we are looking at 50 to 60 days of stocks insofar as petrol and diesel are concerned. So that's a good cushion and a buffer. Gas supplies remain strained. Maybe the Prime Minister, when he takes to the floor in the Lok Sabha, would be speaking something on that front and, assuage the concerns, not just of the opposition, but of the entire nation, perhaps.
Abhishek, as we speak, I can also see some images now coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where the Chief Minister is chairing a meeting with the bureaucrats there. So it seems that the state governments are also taking some immediate measures. Just about 48 hours ago, the government has increased the allocation when it comes to LPG and also for kerosene. It seems it has been increased by another 20%. So some measures have also been taken right now from the government. In fact, I just want to quickly take our viewers through some of the key highlights of the CCS meeting that has taken place on your screens right now. We're just putting out details of all that has happened in the meeting in terms of the short-term measures that the government is basically looking at and the long-term measures, is particularly in terms of diversification in various sectors. And my colleague, our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, has already pointed out that some of the major cause of concern would essentially be to see whether at all, the farming sector takes a hit or not, given the fact that fertilizers are also another cause of concern right now. But having said that, it seems some measures have been taken. There are alternate sources of petrochemical imports that are largely being discussed at this stage by the government, sectoral groups to basically work with all the stakeholders. These are some of the measures that have essentially been discussed by the Prime Minister during the CCS. In a short while from now, perhaps in the next 15 to 20 minutes, we're expecting the Agriculture Minister also addressing in the Parliament right now. As we speak, Manohar Lal Khattar is also addressing in the Parliament. We're expecting Shivraj Singh Chauhan to be speaking in a short while from now. And I'm told these are the latest. Amit Shah is speaking right now. We'll try and go across, cut across to the Parliament right now to get you the latest.
प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हाँ कहे, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में ना कहे, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। चलो, शून्यकाल मुझे इंद्रांश सुबा जी का नोटिस मिला है। कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं आप? इंद्रांश सुबा।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, हमेशा हम शून्यकाल में अपने स्टेट का और अपनी पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का कुछ ना कुछ डिमांड लेकर ही आते हैं और सरकार ने हमेशा हमारे डिमांड को सुना है और इसको पूरा करने की कोशिश भी की है। कई सारे डिमांड पूरे भी हुए हैं। लेकिन आज अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं उस नेतृत्व के प्रति कृतज्ञता, गर्व और श्रद्धा से भरे हृदय के साथ बोल रहा हूं, जिसने इस राष्ट्र को बदल दिया है। कुछ वर्ष पहले तक, मैं सिक्किम से ही शुरू करूंगा अध्यक्ष महोदय, कुछ साल पहले तक जब हम सिक्किम जाते थे और कई सारे दोस्त भारत से जब सिक्किम घूमने आते थे, तो सबसे बड़ा
Well, in fact, we'll cut back to the Parliament in a short while from now when Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan would be addressing. Shifting focus now to the latest developments in the West Asia war, as it seems that the threats coming in from the United States of America has only increased, with President Trump now giving yet another ultimatum to Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. On your screens, we are now putting up What are these threats that have been issued by President Trump? He says, in fact, this is the second ultimatum that has been given. If Iran doesn't fully open without the threat, the Strait of Hormuz, within 48 hours from this, let's move to the next plate. Exact point in time, US will hit and obliterate, their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. In fact, that is the threat when it comes from the United States of America. Now, the kind of build-up that we're essentially looking at right now, particularly with boots on the ground, as we've been pointing out, these are US Marines that are en route to Persian Gulf. Approximately 4,000 US Marines are expected to reach Persian Gulf in the next 24 to 48 hours. In fact, one of the biggest warship, amphibious assault ship, that is the USS Tripoli, is expected to reach in the next 24 hours. And now if that happens, and if at all that's the objective, then it is far from basically a tapering down at this point in time, because it seems that United States of America has a different objective in place right now. Israeli Defense Minister, in fact, on Saturday had already hinted that this week, perhaps there's going to be a massive escalation that is expected to come in. For the United States of America right now, the focus would essentially be to basically restore the service, the movement along the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, in fact, has already responded by saying Iran's warning that is ahead of the threats that have come in from United States of America, because these threats that we're essentially talking about that is coming in is particularly from United States of America with regards to power plants, and secondly, the desalination plants. If at all, the United States of America basically carries on with what they have in their mind, that is a direct attack on the desalination plants as well as the power plants, there is going to be a massive escalation that is expected. Let me also now quickly take you through some of the details that are basically emerging from the Strait of Hormuz itself. As far as India is concerned, Indian flagged vessels, roughly about 20, are still stuck in that particular area, which is a major cause of concern because several of our tankers are still stuck. Take a look at this detailed report.
Iran has issued a strong warning saying any US strike on its power plants will trigger retaliation across the region. Tehran has threatened to target US-linked energy infrastructure, its system, and even desalination facilities. Iranian officials have also warned of complete shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz if its energy infrastructure is attacked, a move that could severely disrupt global oil supply. This comes after US President Donald Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Iran. In a post on Truth Social, Trump warned that if Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened, the US will hit and obliterate Iran's power plants. He further stated that strikes would begin with Iran's largest facilities, marking a shift towards targeting critical energy infrastructure. If the US follows through on its threat, Iran's power infrastructure could become a primary target. Top of the list stands Iran's largest power station. At first place stands the Damavand plant near Tehran, which is country's biggest with nearly 3,000 megawatts capacity. Along the Caspian coast, the Neka power plant stands in Mazandaran, and lastly, the Rajai plant in Kazvin, which is another major energy hub. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains under severe strain. Tanker movement is heavily restricted. Over 20 attacks have been reported, and nearly 20,000 seafarers are still stranded, with only around 90 vessels passing through. With both sides issuing direct threats, the Strait of Hormuz has now emerged as the central flashpoint, with global energy security hanging in the balance.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, We are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to...
Air Canada plane flying from Montreal collides with ground vehicle at New York's airport. Several injuries suspected.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop.
ATC audio reveals sequence before impact. Controllers heard stop as the plane collided. 24 hours left in Trump's two-day ultimatum. Reports say U.S. increasing military build-up in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran threatens retaliation as Trump's deadline approaches. Iran says will attack electrical plants powering U.S. military bases. Fuel prices increase across globe. Sri Lanka increased fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tensions now disrupt global oil supplies. All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in on 24th, the day of the war investigation. Now the International Energy Agency is discussing more oil reserves. Releases with the Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked. Now the International Energy Agency is consulting with Asian and European governments on whether more oil stockpiles may need to be released. This is according to the agency's executive director, who says that he's now told the National Press Club in Canberra that Middle East crisis is very severe and worse than the two oil shocks of the 1970s. He also says the reopening of the Hormuz Strait, through which some 20% of the world's oil is shipped, would be more effective way to stabilize the markets at this point. So we're getting more and more warnings that are being issued by the International Energy Agency, who says that if the war goes on further weeks, this crisis could be way more than the oil shocks of 1970s. And they also recommend a solution at this point, which is the reopening of Strait of Hormuz, which could stabilize the markets at this point. All right, viewers, we're looking at a major impact on oil economy all across the world as the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the global oil passes, still remains blocked. Trump's 24-hour deadline is still looming over the economic corridor. And now, viewers, Iran's response has sharply escalated tensions with U.S. President Donald Trump's ultimatum over the Strait of Hormuz, now raising fears of a wider conflict centered around the world's most critical oil route. Take a look at this report.
Iran has issued a strong warning, saying any US strike on its power plants will trigger retaliation across the region. Tehran has threatened to target US-linked energy infrastructure, its system, and even desalination facilities. Iranian officials have also warned of complete shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz if its energy infrastructure is attacked, a move that could severely disrupt global oil supply. This comes after US President Donald Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Iran. In a post on Truth Social, Trump warned that if Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened, the US will hit and obliterate Iran's power plants. He further stated that strikes would begin with Iran's largest facilities, marking a shift towards targeting critical energy infrastructure. If the US follows through on its threat, Iran's power infrastructure could become a primary target. Top of the list stands Iran's largest power station. At first place stands the Damavand plant near Tehran, which is country's biggest with nearly 3,000 megawatts capacity. Along the Caspian coast, the Neka power plant stands in Mazandaran, and lastly the Rajai plant in Kazvin, which is another major energy hub. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains under severe strain. Tanker movement is heavily restricted. Over 20 attacks have been reported, and nearly 20,000 seafarers are still stranded, with only around 90 vessels passing through. With both sides issuing direct threats, the Strait of Hormuz has now emerged as the central flashpoint, with global energy security hanging in the balance.
And now here's more breaking news coming to light from West Asia. Airstrikes have been reported on a residential area in Tehran, and the efforts of Red Crescent rescuers to provide relief to the affected people is ongoing. Now we'll get you the visuals as well on your screen, showing you the rescue effort which is still underway in Tehran. This comes right after US and Israeli strikes on several residential areas in the capital city of Iran. You can see on your screen how rescue work is still underway right now to secure the lives of certain people. In fact, we're given to understand that several people are trapped beneath the debris at this point. And this comes right after there were fresh strikes reported on residential area in Tehran. Red Crescent is on ground, underway in rescue work, as you can see on your screen. The damage assessment is still underway, as these are just fresh strikes which have taken place, and on your screen you can see the aftermath. Rescue work is still on to save some people that they can. Remember, it's a strike on a residential area, so we are certainly looking damage to more civilian lives in this case. And on your screen you can see how the rescue work is still on. Red Crescent is involved in the rescue work on the ground, as fresh strikes have now been reported on the capital city of Iran. Now here's on your screen you can see how the building here in fact has been struck in the US and Israeli strike, and right now the rescue work underway on the ground in Tehran as the Red Crescent continues to make efforts to save more civilian lives. And now, viewers, as per reports, a major anti-Semitic arson attack in Golders Green, London, destroys all ambulances. These ambulances belong to an organization called Hud Solar Northwest, a volunteer Jewish emergency service providing 24/7 medical aid. Now, London Jewish community ambulances were set ablaze in the suspected hate crime. According to police, there were about 4 ambulances belonging to a Jewish community organization in North London, which were set ablaze in a suspected anti-Semitic hate crime, according to police. Now, investigation has been launched after 4 ambulances belonging to the Jewish community were set on fire in Golders Green metropolitan area. Now, this is according to police that this is being investigated as a hate crime, and officers still remain on scene, and the arson attack is now being treated as an anti-Semitic hate crime. Investigation is still on. On your screen, you can see the visual, in fact, of how these 4 ambulances belonging to a Jewish community which provides a medical aid 24/7 was set ablaze in London. And now the entire case is being investigated as a hate crime, as anti-Semitic crime.
by the London police. You can see on your screen how some people come and then they set these ambulances which belong to a Jewish community who provides a medical aid 24/7 were then set on fire. Remember, we had seen all of these incidents also spike during the Gaza war. And amid the backdrop of the West Asia conflict between Iran and Israel, we're now looking at the rise of anti-Semitic attacks again. This one has been reported from London. Now, in this case, there are about 4 ambulances belonging to a Jewish community who provides a medical aid 24/7. And in an anti-Semitic hate crime, they were set on fire in London. Currently, the investigation is on to find out the motive behind these incident and also the 4 men who were in fact involved in setting ablaze these ambulances. Now on your screen, you can see how these men, in fact, enter this street in North London. They set the ambulances on fire, and then on the CCTV footage, they can be seen running away from the site of the crime. Now remember, there are 4 ambulances which were set on fire in this case, belonging to a Jewish community which provides medical aid 24/7. And the incident comes right in the backdrop of the war in West Asia, which is still ongoing. It's a day 24 of the war in West Asia, and we're looking at the impact now spiraling beyond the continent as well. In Europe, we're looking at the rise of anti-Semitic attacks. This time it's been reported in London. 4 ambulances have been set on fire belonging to a Jewish community which provides medical aid 24/7. Now on your screen, you can see how these ambulances were set on fire by these men who then can be seen running away from the spot.
So I was at home and I live up the street and I heard some loud explosions and I checked the news and I saw that there was an attack locally. So I came and I arrived just as a 3rd ambulance was blowing up. Very loud explosion, and you sort of felt it go through your gut. Very terrifying moment to actually see an ambulance go up in flames, and we're still all reeling from the shock. We can't fathom as to why anyone would want to do that. We feel that it's just a despicable act that it's hard to put words to. These people are volunteers spending their days saving lives, and these few individuals felt those were the people to target. Like, for what and why? And it's just left us all reeling with confusion and shock.
Do you feel like it's been targeted at your community?
Absolutely. There's no fluke to a few ambulances being blown up. To be honest, we're still in shock. This is, as you know, a live scene, as you can see behind us. We have no idea what we're going to do. We might have to call for backup from other communities in the UK. We might have to go to the local hospitals to see if they can help out, or see if we could get replacement ambulances urgently. But to actually replace them properly for what we need, this could take months, if not years.
My colleague Hina now joins you in more details on this. Hina, it's an anti-Semitic arson attack that took place in London. We had seen during even the Gaza war, anti-Semitic attacks were on the rise, and this time it's been reported from London, 4 ambulances set on fire. What more details are we picking up?
Absolutely, Ishita. Since the attack, Hamas attack on 7th of October 2023, anti-Semitic attacks throughout Europe are on the rise. Now, in this latest attack that took place, in fact, in North London, we see a CCTV, in fact, capturing several individuals running towards ambulances. Now, what sort of ambulances? We're talking about ambulances belonging to Jewish community services, in fact, providing 24/7 medical aid to the residents. Now, these ambulances were essentially set on fire, and as per the latest reports that we have, gas canisters, in fact, were used on board these ambulances to cause the fire. We have the CCTV footage showing the blaze as well, and then these individuals escaping the crime scene. Now, an investigation has been launched into this. Prima facie, what we are seeing is that this is an anti-Semitic arson attack that took place in North London. Now, this is not the first time, Ishita, that it has happened. Earlier, we saw how a synagogue also came under attack in Manchester. So throughout Europe, we are seeing that these sort of anti-Semitic activities taking place. Ishita.
Right, Anna. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us all those crucial details. And now we are moving on to another breaking news we're getting at this hour. London police a commissioner has now said we detected Iranian plots in Britain targeting individuals from the Iranian opposition community. London Police Commissioner now says there's ongoing Iranian threats of potential attacks against Israeli or Jewish targets. Now, viewers, this statement comes right after there was an attack, in fact, on ambulances belonging to Jewish communities. And now London police also issuing a statement that's saying there is a threat to Israeli or Jewish communities, and not just them, but also opposition Iranian communities as well. So people who do not support the regime in Iran could also be under threat. All right, viewers, we've got more breaking news coming at this hour. Dr. S. Shankar says a useful conversation yesterday night with the German Foreign Minister on the war in West Asia. They both now agreed to remain in touch as per the latest. So we have seen External Affairs Minister reaching out to his Gulf counterparts, but this time he's spoken to German Foreign Minister regarding the developments in West Asia. Both the leaders agreed to remain in touch as the war still continues in West Asia. We're looking at more and more engagement, more diplomatic engagement from New Delhi's side. And this time the External Affairs Minister held a conversation with, in fact, his German counterpart discussing the West Asian conflict. And now, viewers, as war brews non-stop, we also bring you reports from inside the war zone. And in the latest, we bring you reports from central Israel moments after an attack by Iranian ballistic missile to show you what's the reality on ground and how the war is unfolding inside Israel. Take a look.
Now the sirens are started in the center of Israel, and we can hear in the building, in the speakers, it says that it's a red color. It means that now we need to find a shelter. This looks like a shelter, but maybe there is a better protected area. Now it's the time to find a protected area in the building. Now we need to stay in a shelter for 10 minutes, and after that Israelis should get alerts on their mobile phones that now it's safe to go out to the street again, and until then we just need to stay and hope that everything will be okay.
And now, because a crewless Russian tanker is drifting toward Libya and nobody can stop it. The Arctic Metagas, part of Russia's sanctions-busting shadow fleet, was now struck by suspected Ukrainian naval drones near Malta earlier this month. All crew were evacuated and the ship was left behind, and now it seems it is drifting towards Libya. Take a look at this report.
A Russian tanker, Arctic Metagas, has been adrift for 2 weeks. It's now 40 nautical miles from Libyan waters. The crewless Russian Arctic Metagas is carrying 450 tons of heavy oil, 250 tons of diesel, and an unknown quantity of LPG. Italian authorities say it could reach Libyan shores in 4 to 6 days. The biggest fears: a catastrophic gas leak or the vessel colliding with offshore infrastructure. Italy, Spain, Malta, Greece and Cyprus have written to the European Commission calling this an imminent ecological disaster and demanding an urgent coordinated EU response. For now, the tanker drifts, damaged, loaded and unmanned.
And now, viewers, while the conflict over the Strait of Hormuz continues to escalate, an oil tanker MT Skylight was attacked near the Strait just earlier this month. An attack that 8 Indians survived and reached home Now, Republic brings you a conversation with those seafarers who survived this attack as they described just moments before their vessel was struck. Take a listen.
We have already raised this flag with our Honorable Prime Minister and wrote a 2 letter by informing them that more over 23,000 seafarers, Indian seafarers, who all are working on the national flag as well as on the foreign flag, are stranded within the conflict zone. These two people have already explained what are the situation, what fear they faced during the time of war. The war was started on 28th, and on 1st early morning 7 o'clock their vessel was hit by either drone or the rocket launcher. The situation of the seafarers are not that good. What I have told in what I have expressed in my letter, and I wrote to the IMO's General Secretary as well, informing them after 20 days. Now the seafarers are confined within some limited space. They are not allowed to go outside. Especially I am talking about the seafarers who are in Iran or Iranian port like BIK Iran, Bandar Abbas or Lawan Island or something like. So there are hundreds of Indian seafarers who are stranded there. My concept is that, my concern is that there are hundreds of Indian seafarers who are presently on board Iranian flag vessel or on board the vessel owned by the Iranian owners. What they have expressed, their vessel got targeted where 10 Indians was there and 12 Iranian was there. So if this is the condition, in future how safe those Indian seafarers are there on board the foreign flag vessel except the Indian flag vessel.
जब पहले जो मिसाइल आपके शिप पे गिरी थी तो एग्जैक्टली कैसे सिचुएशन है, कैसे सिचुएशन थी वहाँ पे?
सर मैम, मेरा नाम अब्दुर्रहमान मंडल, मैं स्काईलाइट का क्रू हूँ, मैं एबी हूँ। तो मैं 6 बजे तक, मॉर्निंग 6 o'clock तक मैं ड्यूटी में था ब्रिज में। तो मेरा रिलीवर आया था, मैं उसको हैंडओवर देके मैं सोने चला गया था। मैं केबिन में गया था, मैं सो रहा था उस टाइम। तो 7 बजे तक, 7-1 या 2 ऐसे कुछ होगा, 7 बजे तक 2 मिसाइल अटैक हुआ था उसमें सडनली। मतलब एक मिसाइल अटैक हुआ, मैं बेड से गिर गया नीचे, इतना ज़ोरदार धमाका हुआ, मैं बेड से नीचे गिर गया। फिर सेकंड 2 या 3 सेकंड या 5 सेकंड के बाद सेकंड अटैक हुआ। जब मैं मेरा केबिन का डोर ओपन किया तो मैं देख रहा हूँ एकोमोडेशन का अंदर पूरा ब्लैक है और लाइट तो ऑलरेडी चला गया था, ब्लैक आउट हो गया था। स्मोक अंदर इतना भरा है, कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है। मेरा मतलब साइड में ही बहुत बंदा चिल्ला रहा है, लेकिन मैं कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है जो क्या है क्या नहीं। तो किसी भी तरह हम लोग 8 बंदा जो है स्लोली फॉरवर्ड में गया, जो सेफ जोन है थोड़ा उधर फायर कम है तो उधर फायर नहीं गया था, तो उधर सेफ जोन में जाके हम लोग बहुत साउंड किया, क्योंकि हम लोग 8 बंदा है, 2 बंदा ऑलरेडी मिसिंग हो गया।
बिना जैकेट के आप कितने समय के लिए वो समुंदर में थे और कितने मिनट में आपको मदद पहुंची थी?
ब्लास्ट होने का 1 घंटा बाद ओमान का जो नेवी का बोट आया था और बिना जैकेट का ईरानियन बंदा था, वो उसको प्रॉपर स्विमिंग आता है, वो बिना जैकेट का भी जाम किया था सी में। और इंडियन पर्सन था, उसके पास लाइफ जैकेट था सबके पास। बाकी हम लोग रोप पकड़ के जिस
मिनट के लिए थे अंदाजा में
मैक्सिमम 5 मिनट 7 मिनट ऐसे थे पानी में, जो सी में जाके 1 by 1 जाके उठ रहा है। जो टाइम लग रहा है शिप से सी में जाके या उस बोर्ड में जाने का जितना टाइम है 5 मिनट 7 मिनट ऐसे कुछ।
सब ये जो अटैक हुआ था वो शिप पे बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान भी हो गया था, तो आपके पास आपके डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी नहीं थे ऐसा पता चला है। तो हाँ,
अभी भी नहीं है मैम कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स। उधर से हम लोग जान बचे का है, यही बहुत बड़ी बात है। और ऊपर वाला का बहुत बहुत शुक्र है जो हम लोग बच के अभी भारत में अगर धरती में ऊपर खड़ा है हम लोग। मेरा नाम है विक्रम घोष, मैं MT स्काईलाइट का क्रू था, चीफ कुक था मेरा रैंक। मैं उस टाइम सुबह 1 मार्च 2026 को मेरा सुबह 7 बजे का ऐसा मिसाइल या ड्रोन, कोई देखा नहीं था, कोई कंफर्म नहीं है जो मिसाइल या ड्रोन अटैक है, बट अटैक था। तो उस टाइम हम लोग मेरा ड्यूटी स्टार्ट होने वाला था 7:30 तक, तब मैं उस टाइम बैकअप आ गया था, नॉर्मल उड़ गया था, ऐसे ही रूम पे था। तो उस टाइम इतना जोर धमाका हुआ तो उस टाइम सभी पैनिक हो गया था, डर गया था उससे। तो मैं डोर खोल के देखा, इतना स्मोक अंदर आ गया। तो फिर मेरे डर के डोर क्लोज कर दिया, क्योंकि वो फायर प्रूफ डोर रहता है तो रूम के इनसाइड में कुछ स्मोक नहीं आएगा, वो बाद में आएगा, लेकिन एलिवे में फुल फैल गया था स्मोक। फिर दोबारा ओपन करके मैं मेरा मोबाइल उठाया, जैसे था ऐसी सेम सिचुएशन में मैं निकल के गया, तो क्या उधर से ये लोग निकल रहे, वही मैं साउंड सुन के ये लोग का पीछे पीछे जाके मैं उधर से स्टारबोर्ड साइड से, क्योंकि पोर्ट साइड से हमारा अटैक हुआ था, हम लोग स्टारबोर्ड साइड से शॉर्टकट जो रूट है एस्केप होकर हम लोग बाहर गया फॉरवर्ड में, मतलब मेन डेक पे चला गया, जिधर सेफ जोन है सेफ जोन की तरफ हो गया। उसके बाद हम लोग सब हेड काउंट किया, जो इंडियन हमारा कितना बंदा है, क्योंकि इंडियन 10% था और इरानियन हम लोग 12% था, तो ईरान जितना ईरान पीपल थे परसेंट था वो लोग आ गया सब। इंडियन जो 10 था उसमें 8 आ पाया, 2 नहीं आ पाया। फिर देखा कौन नहीं आया, एक कैप्टन साहब था आशीष कुमार और एक हमारा दोस्त था जो दिलीप सिंह, वो आ नहीं पाया, वो भी ड्यूटी में था इंजन रूम पे उस टाइम। तो हम लोग फिर सब हेड काउंट करने के बाद उन लोग को बहुत साउंड किया, जो कोई किधर से भी साउंड दे, हम लोग तो रेस्क्यू करने मतलब जा ही नहीं सकते, वो उधर सिचुएशन इतना ख़राब हो गया, दोनों तरफ फायर और स्मोक आ गया। फिर भी हम लोग ऊपर से 3 बंदा ब्रिज में भी फंसे थे उस टाइम, हम लोग नॉर्मली उन लोग को रेस्क्यू किया उधर से। हाँ, वो लोग कैसे भी करके नीचे आए, फिर सबको में कोई इंजोर हुआ, लेग में लगा, कोई थोड़ा फायर से जल गया था, बाकी सब फॉरवर्ड लेके गया, थोड़ा उन लोग को सब शांत किया। हम लोग भी पैनिक हो गए थे उस टाइम सब बंदा। फिर देखा दूर से हम लोग चिल्लाने के बाद बहुत टाइम बाद देखा एक ओमानी आर्मी क्या नेवी का कुछ बोट होगा, वो साइड से जा रहा था, तो वो देख के बहुत दूर में वो लोग रुक गया, देख ये टैंकर है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, अभी वो एम्प्टी है क्या फुल ये है फील है, वो पता नहीं चल रहा है उन लोग को।
Coming up on the other side, fuel prices increase across the globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel price around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises 200% as West Asia conflict continues.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है, ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू, अरे आलू से नहीं होगा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है,
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू
नहीं तो फिर तो करेगा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाला गिरा नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझा गोटे का गाडी मागवा
Fuel prices increase across globe. Sri Lanka increases prices by 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises it by 200% as conflict in West Asia continues.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू
नहीं तो फिर तो करेगा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict and also of the collision incident at the LaGuardia airport where a plane collided with a fire truck on the runway. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more top national and international big breaking news. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Air Canada plane flying from Montreal collides with the ground vehicle at New York's LaGuardia airport. Several injuries suspected.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop.
ATC audio reveals the sequence before impact. Controller heard stop as the plane collided. And 24 hours left in Trump's two-day ultimatum. Reports say US increasing military buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran threatens retaliation as Trump's deadline approaches. Iran says will attack electrical plants powering US military bases. Fuel prices increase across the globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises it by 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. With the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed, the International Energy Agency Let's begin with the first top big breaking news in this bulletin. EPS says that Tamil Nadu is not safe under the DMK regime. This is Edappadi Palaniswami said that exactly 60 days before the election in the state, appeals to the people of Tamil Nadu, stating that the state has not been safe under the DMK government in the last 5 years. So this is the statement that is coming from EPS, who said that Tamil Nadu is not safe under the DMK regime. Edappadi Palaniswami, now exactly 60 days before the election in the state, he has appealed to the people of Tamil Nadu, stating that the state has not been safe under DMK government in the last 5 years. Now he is mentioning the crime, drugs issues and political violence has increased, highlighting the issues which are being faced by the citizens of the state. Now this is a big statement, claiming law and order has deteriorated under DMK, framing DMK's rule as unsafe for ordinary citizens. And also, he's trying to consolidate the anti-incumbency sentiment. Now, this is before the elections, many states going for elections, and this is the big statement by EPS. All right, viewers, now listen in to what Piyush Goyal said after arriving in Chennai for sealing seat-sharing talks.
When we will start the beginning of the end of the corrupt, incompetent and anti-Tamil Udayanidhi Stalin government. The NDA led by Edappadi Palaniswami in Tamil Nadu will decide the seat sharing later today, and we will launch our fight with the evil DMK forces and their partners who have taken Tamil Nadu to extreme difficult times due to their incompetent management of the Tamil economy, due to their actions which have hurt Tamil culture. Very clearly, the people of Tamil Nadu are fed up with the DMK Congress government, just like the Congress and their partners have been defeated across the country in election after election. Whether it is Maharashtra, whether it is Haryana, whether it is Bihar, whether it is Delhi, state after state has rejected the Congress and their partners because they want good governance, they want development politics, they want a better future for women, for youth, opportunities for our young men and women to prosper. The people of Tamil Nadu want a government led by future Chief Minister Edappadi Palaniswami ji, a government which will bring development for the farmers, for the fishermen, for the MSMEs, for industry, provide jobs to our young men and women, give opportunity for startups to innovate, will provide quality healthcare, quality education, will give houses for the poor, will make sure that everybody gets opportunity in life to prosper and work towards a developed Tamil Nadu. Viksit Tamil Nadu will lead to Viksit Bharat.
All right, we have our correspondent Sharda from that location for more details on what's unfolding in Tamil Nadu. For more details, Sharda, EPS has made a strong allegation of the DMK regime about the law and order situation. More details on that story.
Well, Edappadi K. Palaniswami directly appealed to the people, stating that it's just 30 days left for the elections, exactly on 23rd of April. Edappadi mentioned that in the last 5 years, DMK has not been running the state in a good way, and said there is complete lawlessness in the state, and pointed out saying the multiple murders and also accusations on sexual allegations and other crime that's been happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. Edappadi K. Palaniswami has written a letter to the people of Tamil Nadu, stating that the DMK has been completely out of hands, and also saying that they never cared about the people. He's also in the letter mentioned that in the upcoming elections, people should think wise and vote accordingly for the party which will be taking care of the state as well as the people's mindset, which also covers about the safety of the people of the Tamil Nadu, is what Edappadi K. Palaniswami has referred to. In his letter, he directly mentioned about the murder that happened 6 days ago in Kumbakonam, and till today, where there's been not even a single case filed against the accused, and the police have not found the accused, is what Edappadi K. Palaniswami is mentioning.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if you can share details about the seat-sharing talks that are on, and Piyush Goyal is right now at the place, and discussions are ongoing, and very soon there will be a declaration of the seats which will be allocated to both the parties for the NDA.
Well, if you remember, the NDA seat-sharing talks were supposed to happen last week. However, with Edappadi Palaniswami, Anbumani and TTV Dinkaran meeting Amit Shah on finalizing the seat-sharing, the signature for the finalizing has been pushed to this week. And while 30th has been set for the nominations to begin in the state of Tamil Nadu, Piyush Goyal, the election in charge, and the union minister is having talks with the political parties here. It's expected that tomorrow evening, the signing procedures are to happen in the state of Tamil Nadu for the NDA alliance. The talks with two parties, that is the TMC Manila Congress with G.K. Vasan, the party president, and ACS Shanmugam party, which is now been finalized, and the number of seat sharing is yet to be out on the papers, but it's expected that the ACS party would receive 4 and the TMC's party will also ask for 4 seats. However, whether these two parties are going to get the seats from the AIADMK or the NDA, that is the BJP, which is leading the NDA, will know. However, Edappadi K. Palaniswami and Anbumani Ramdas are yet to meet Piyush Goyal for the day, and it is only after their meeting the final seat sharing would be decided. And tomorrow, Piyush Goyal is set to leave to Delhi, and before that, the final signatures for the NDA will be done, and the announcements are expected in just 24 hours from now.
All right, Shada, stay with us. We have another big breaking development coming in, then this time from Puducherry. No update on Puducherry elections. Big breaking news. Vijay's TVK in alliance with regional party Nayam Makkal Kazagam of the 30 constituencies too will be contested by the ally party. The list has been released. Big development from Puducherry polls, TVK in alliance with the PNMK. Big development coming in from Puducherry about the poll alliance with the TVK party. And this is from Puducherry polls. Now, TVK will be in alliance with the PNMK party. Now, earlier, there were talks doing round that maybe that TVK will go solo when it comes to Puducherry elections now. This time, the big development coming here that the TVK will be in alliance with the regional party, that is the Nayam Makkal Kazakam of the 30 constituencies. 2 will be contested by the ally party. The list has been released. This is the latest that we are getting. All right. Sharda is with us for more details. Sharda, if you can put this into perspective and share the details of the seat sharing and the ally party, in this case with the TVK.
Well, this is the first time that Vijay is making an ally. Earlier, he was said to have talks with the NDA, but we know that the TVK is going solo in the state of Tamil Nadu. And earlier, when they announced to go solo in Puducherry, today morning, TVK released a list of 30 constituencies that they'll be standing in Puducherry, and Vijay's party for the first time ever has joined hands with a regional party, which is the Nayam Makkal Kazagam from Puducherry. And the party leader is a sitting MLA from NR Congress, who is Nehru alias Kuppusamy, who was left NR Congress because NR Congress made an ally with the BJP and he was not satisfied with that and he decided to leave the party and start his own regional party. And that is the party now Vijay has allied with, and 2 constituencies of the 30 constituencies in Puducherry is given to the ally party, which is the Nayam Makkal Karagam. It's expected that the TVK leader Vijay has already mentioned the 30 constituencies for TVK, but now just 2 constituencies will be given to the ally party. And as we see, the nominations in the state in the Union Territory of Puducherry is being finalized today. The seat sharing process is all done by the NDA. However, DMK and Congress is still in question for Puducherry on how many seats would be being contested by the DMK and the Congress. The elections for the Puducherry is set to happen on April 9 and the nominations are being finalized today.
All right. Thanks a lot for the details on this story. Now, let's move on and take a look at what's happening in the markets. Now, investors lose rupees 12 lakh crore in just 1 hour. Now, Japan's Nikkei slips 3.5% in this case. Hong Kong's Hang Seng down by 4%. Meanwhile, European stocks are set to follow Asian peers. Now, London's FTSE is down 1.4%. Germany's DAX, France's CAC 40 is set to open lower. Now, Indian markets have recorded first double-digit crash in a month since COVID. Now, Dalal Street is down 10.68% since the war began. Now, there is complete bloodbath when we talk about the markets across the globe, and this is clearly the impact of the West Asian conflict and also the virtual blockade which is in place on the Strait of Hormuz and which has clearly disrupted the oil supply for across the globe, for all the countries across the globe. There has been a sharp rise in the oil prices across the globe, but India is pretty much well placed comparatively to other countries. All right, we have Pranav with us to speak more on this issue. Pranav, if you can share the details and how the markets are reacting, and there has been a continuous decline, not just for the Indian markets, but also for foreign markets, whether it be Asian markets or European markets. Pranav, over to you.
Well, absolutely. What we are seeing on D Street today is absolute bloodbath. In fact, as you rightly said, investors lost about rupees 12 lakh crore within just 1 hour of market opening. As we talk, in fact, Sensex and Nifty, India's benchmark indices, are both down about 2.58%. All FMCG, IT, metal, auto, PSU banks, energy, all stocks are down. In fact, energy stocks are down about 3.37%. And in fact, the European markets are also set to open lower. Yes, the markets have lost about 10% since this war began. That's in fact the largest or the worst monthly performance since COVID times. So yes, we're seeing a bloodbath on D Street, and that's all thanks to the uncertainty over energy routes near the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, definitely. Pranav, you have been tracking the market since the war began, and this has been a complete decline from 80,000s to 70s. Now, if you can share more details on which exact stocks were impacted and what was the exact reason for that, apart from the prices of gold and silver in this case.
Well, more than the stocks, it is actually the sectors that have been affected. Just to give you an overview of the sectors that are affected, we're looking at metals, auto stocks, PSU banks, energy, pharma, realty. I mean, there's no sector that is actually unaffected. In fact, the Republic business team pulled out some very, very interesting data as to how the markets have previously reacted during such geopolitical turmoil. Just to give you a perspective, in fact, during the Gulf War of 1990 to 91, the markets fell about 30%. In Kargil War, it was about 16% initially. In Iraq War, Sensex and Nifty had initially seen some volatility. In the Lehman Brothers crisis in 2008, markets crashed 60%. In the Russia-Ukraine war, it was 7%. COVID, it was about 23%. So what we're seeing is the Indian markets are exactly nosediving in a similar fashion that we witnessed during the previous global crisis, so to say. Too early to say which sectors are actually isolated or not affected from it, because almost all the sectors have been trading in red ever since the war began earlier this month.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pranav, for the details. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the NIA, the National Investigation Agency, on Monday carried out coordinated searches across multiple locations in Jammu and Kashmir as part of its ongoing probe into the Delhi car bomb blast case. Now, NIA carries out searches across multiple locations, is what we are fetching right now. The NIA on Monday carried out coordinated searches today across multiple locations in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is related to the Delhi car bomb blast case. Now, this multiple searches, multiple raids across multiple locations were carried out. Now, the National Investigation Agency's teams on Monday raided also the residence of the businessman in the Gulura area of Handwara in Jammu and Kashmir in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case. Now, as per the officials, the agency searched the premises and examined documents and electronic devices during the operation. The searches are currently underway. The searches are ongoing. The NIA raids across Jammu and Kashmir at various parts. The NIA teams raided the residence of a businessman in the Gulura area of Handwara in connection with the Red Fort blast case. All right, we have Arawat with us for more details on what's unfolding there and about the update on the raids. Arawat, what is the latest you are fetching about the raids which are taking place in Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that the raids were carried early this morning, particularly in the North Kashmir, in the Handwara area, where a businessman's residence was raided this morning. And then after, we have seen that another raid, which was conducted in the Rafiabad area in the North Kashmir also, where we have seen that the accused Dr. Bilal Hasan Mullah's residence was searched there. And also, we have been told that the electronic gadgets and some documents were also seized during the raid. And also, the same kind of raids were also carried out in the South Kashmir, Kulgam, where we have been told that the same kind of things were also recovered by the National Investigation Agency team. We have seen during the Delhi blast, we have seen that there are the multiple agencies who have worked on the ground, and also we have seen that the State Investigation Agency, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and other security agencies were also detained many individuals across the Kashmir Valley in connection to Red Fort blast. And then after, we have seen this morning around 9 locations we have been told that they were raided this morning. And also, we have also been told that raids are over across 9 locations in the Jammu and Kashmir, which was told by the sources within the National Investigation Agency. They have told that the 9 locations were raided once again. It indicates that the National Investigation Agency has got many leads. That's why the raids were carried out at the multiple locations, in which we have seen some of the electronic gadgets and electronic devices were also seized during the raids in the Kashmir Valley, particularly if we talk about the ongoing raids from the North Kashmir, Central Kashmir, and the South Kashmir, where we have been seeing that the raids were conducted. In fact, the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other paramilitary security forces were also part of the raid which started the early morning hours and which have been concluded. And the National Investigation Agency will release the complete statement about the raids which have been done by the National Investigation Agency across the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
All right, and what details have you fetched about the ongoing investigation? Is it mostly related to the financial links or the weapons or something else when it comes to the raids which are being conducted on the premises of the businessmen? And are these part of some ongoing raids which have been happening since a very long time, or these are fresh raids after some fresh inputs?
Yes, absolutely. There are multiple reasons in connection to that. The raids were conducted this morning. We have seen, particularly if we talk about the Handwara, where a businessman, there must be some links, whether it's the online links or offline. Commenting on this at this time will not be good at this time. But yes, there must be some links. That's why the raids were conducted at the 9 locations in the Kashmir Valley, particularly at the accused. He is the mastermind in this Delhi Red Fort blast, which is a Dr. Bilal Hasan Mullah from the Rafiabad, Baramulla. He is a doctor by profession, and he is from the Kashmir Valley. His residence were also raided. This is not the first time. Earlier too, the residence of these doctors were also searched by multiple agencies, particularly if we talk about the State Investigation Agency, Jammu Kashmir Police, and other agencies have conducted raids. Particularly, we have seen that the same kind of raids were conducted in the South Kashmir, Kulgam, where we have been told that the National Investigation Agency, after receiving and getting some credible intelligence, that's why the raids were carried out across these locations in the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
All right, thanks a lot, Araut, for the details in this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. Now, let's move on to another top story. Big development. A blast also took place in Samba, Jammu and Kashmir, post which NIA carried out raids at multiple locations. Now, this is about a blast which took place, and we are getting more details. A blast also took place in Samba, Jammu and Kashmir. All right, we have Gursimran with us for more details on the story. Gursimran, if you can put this into perspective and share the details of what exactly happened.
See, it's more than 12 hours that a blast has taken place early this morning at around 1:07 when blast took place outside the residence of ex-Sarpanch in Jammu. And here you will see that the NSG commandos have now swung into the action along with the teams of the National Investigation Agency. These are the bomb disposal squads of the National Security Guard that have been pressed into the action. Also, the dog squad is accompanying them, and the large-scale search operations are underway to look into that what kind of the explosive was used to carry out this attack. It was at around 1:07 in the morning when a loud bang was heard, and then when the inmates of this house, including the ex-Sarpanch Jairam Sharma, he came out, he saw that his gate has been completely damaged. Now you will see that the teams of the Central FSL, which comes under Ministry of Home Affairs, that have also arrived. They are also taking the samples. So is the case for the National Security Guard. The team of the National Investigation Agency that have also arrived here. Indian Army's dog squad, that is also here. The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, including the IGP Jammu Zone, Bhimsen Tuti, and other officials, they are also here and holding back-to-back series of meetings that are being held here so that the situation can be analyzed, and what has transpired, that can also be seen. The officials from the National Investigation Agency, they have also arrived here since morning. They have also taken some of the samples so that they can analyze that what kind of explosive was used in this incident. Now you will see that entire crime scene has been cornered by the teams of the National Security Guard, and they will be carrying out the thorough analysis of this entire area, because this area is roughly a 10 kilometers distance from the Indo-Pakistan international border. No probability is being ruled out, at least for now. We spoke to the SSP Samba, Virender Manas, and he has also said that we are looking into every possible angle and nothing is being taken at chance, because this comes at a time when the Union Home Secretary was to take a high-level security assessment meeting, and before that this blast taking place, it raises the eyebrows of the agencies.
Thanks a lot, Gursimran, for the update on the story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Iran threatens retaliation as Donald Trump's deadline approaches. Iran says it will attack electrical plants powering US military bases. Coming up next.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू
नहीं तो फोन तो करा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल गिरा नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला दादा को टका गाड़ी मारवा
All right, viewers, coming up next, Iran threatens retaliation as Trump's deadline approaches. Iran says will attack electrical plants powering US military bases.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला दादा को टका गाड़ी मारवा
All right, viewers, PM Modi to speak on West Asia war in Lok Sabha at 2 p.m. today. Sources, PM Modi to outline India's strategy amid the war in West Asia. Air Canada plane flying from Montreal collides with ground vehicle at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Several injuries is suspected.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop.
ADC audio reveals a sequence before impact. Controller heard saying stop as the plane collided. 24 hours left in Donald Trump's two-day ultimatum. Reports say US increasing military buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran threatens retaliation as Trump's deadline approaches. Iran says will attack electrical plants powering US military bases. Fuel prices increase across globe. Sri Lanka increases fuel prices around 25%. Meanwhile, Pakistan raises by 200% as West Asia tensions disrupt global oil supplies. Indian markets record first double-digit crash in a month since COVID. Investors lose 12 lakh crore rupees in just 1 hour as Nifty Sensex slipped 2.5%. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to speak on West Asia war at 2 p.m. in the lower house of the parliament, the Lok Sabha. This comes as the Prime Minister on Sunday chaired a high-level meeting to review India's preparedness in key sectors, including petroleum, crude oil, natural gas, power and fertilizers, in light of the evolving situation in West Asia. The meeting focused on ensuring uninterrupted supply chains, stable logistics and efficient distribution, transparent distribution of essential resources across the country. So we are waiting for that. At around 2 p.m, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will speak in the Lok Sabha. Now, this comes as the Prime Minister on yesterday, chaired a high-level meeting to review India's preparedness in key sectors, including petroleum, crude oil, natural gas, power and fertilizers in light of the evolving situation in West Asia. The meeting focused on ensuring uninterrupted supply chains, stable logistics and efficient distribution of essential resources across the country. So yesterday was a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, the CCS, to review the evolving situation arising from the ongoing conflict in West Asia and assess its potential impact on India's economy and essential supplies, majorly about the energy supplies. Now, during that meeting, a detailed presentation was made by the Cabinet Secretary on the global scenario and the steps we have already taken, along with those being planned by various ministries and departments. All right, we have Harsha for more details on the story. Harsha, what are the latest details you're fetching in this latest development? Yesterday, there was a CCS meeting, and today PM Modi is speaking in Lok Sabha on possibly on the West Asian conflict. But what more details, Harsha?
Yes, Shivam, you rightly pointed out. So, Prime Minister will be addressing the nation through through his speech, which he will make in the Parliament in Lok Sabha at around 2 o'clock, which is very important to note also because right now opposition is demanding that Prime Minister should speak, and also every day there is an interministerial briefing by all the 4 ministries as well, to ensure that there's no queue, there's no panic, there's no rush amongst the citizens of the country. But the motive is not being solved. What we are seeing is that at every state we see that there is a huge queue and the rush panic amongst the citizens, which is at the distributors' stall. And to ensure that there's a trust in the government, it's very important that Prime Minister should now speak. And therefore, after the CCS, it was decided that the word, when directly will come from the Prime Minister of the country, then some amount of trust would be induced in the public, and that's the reason why Prime Minister will be speaking on all the measures which the country has adopted till now during this war conflict situation. We don't know, Shivam, right now till how long the war will continue, will go on. Many have been suggesting, the speculations are that war will go on till entire April. Some have been suggesting it will go on till May, and it could exceed it could extend till September as well. But the country need to have a proper measure which could be adopted by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry, by the Port Ministry, Shipping Ministry, and also how MEA is looking into the situation, because not only the Petroleum Ministry but the Aviation is also suffering badly. The revenue losses are occurring to the airlines as well, and Prime Minister will be speaking overall on the West Asia crisis, the airspace crisis, and what country has done so far, the measures which the country has taken, and also telling to the public that how domestic supply is secure and safe in our country. There has to be a coordination between the center and state to ensure that there is no hoarding, no queue at the state centers, and state has to also ensure that trust among the citizens, that there has to be no panic as far as the LPG is considered. And therefore, there's a bulk of fake news which is doing rounds, not only in the sectors but vantages as well. And Prime Minister will speak overall on the war, on the measures, on the long-term measures which the country has taken, and what have been the takeaways from the CCS meet, and what country collectively has also decided. Also, it's very important that the government now take opposition party also in alliance with its whenever the PM is speaking, because opposition is majorly demanding that the Prime Minister should speak in the Parliament on the supply chains, on all the crude situation and the sectors which are suffering, the MSMEs, the industry sector, the petroleum sector, the natural gas sector, the shipping sector, and also the news which are coming from the Navy vessels as well. Prime Minister should speak on the overall issue, and that's the reason why Prime Minister will himself be addressing on the overall issue at 2 o'clock. There's not much time, Shivam, just half an hour after Prime Minister will be addressing in Lok Sabha. So we have to wait and watch exactly what is going to be the excerpt from the Prime Minister's speech. Back to you.
Yeah, yes, yesterday was the day where maximum of the discussion happened, and you pretty well pointed out rightly that sector-wise, the focus was sector-wise, especially on the agricultural sector. There will be also a discussion which has happened yesterday on the fertilizers, availability of fertilizers for the Kharif season also. And what other sector, will it be a sector-wise a speech by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on which sectors which might have been impacted during the war? And especially India is a particularly better placed when we compare it to other countries across the globe, whether it be for LPG or for oil resources, Harsha?
You remember when there was the LPG crisis, when there was a lot of information about the crude, it was being discussed that what are the sectors on priority of the government. It was stated that the first priority of the government is domestic sector, where the LPG supply has to be done. The second sector was the conveyance, the vehicle, the transport sector. There will be no, the supplies and safe chains are safe in the vehicle sector. There's no crucial things in as far as the transport sector and the supply of CNG is concerned. The three was the restaurant, hoteliers are going to suffering, and the third and the fourth one was the fertilizers. So these are the sectors on the priority basis, and also which Nirmala Sitharaman stated again, and the Hardeep Singh Puri also stated that domestic supply is intact, the vehicle supply to the of the CNG is intact. Only there has been 20% shortage to the restaurants and in the fertilizer industry, and the 20% is trying to be mitigated, and the requirements are trying to be met through different sources and through different alignment routes which the country has taken. Right? What is more important is that the crude of the supply of the import is not only now through one juncture.
Right.
Now 25 to 30% supplies through different sectors as well. So Prime Minister will be focusing on all sectors, speaking on each and every point that what sources from the PMO has stated right now.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Harsha, for the details. There's less time left for the PM's speech in Lok Sabha. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, tensions are escalating between the US, Israel and Iran as the deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz approaches. Now, Iran has responded defiantly, warning that any attack on its infrastructure will lead to retaliation against US and Israeli energy and desalination facilities. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has called Iran an enemy to civilization and urged European leaders to join forces against Iran. More in this special report.
Tensions between the US, Israel and Iran have escalated as the deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz approaches. The US President Donald Trump has given Iran a 48-hour ultimatum, threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants if the strait isn't reopened. The US has warned that it will not hesitate to take action to protect its interests and allies. Iran has responded defiantly, warning that any attack on its infrastructure will lead to retaliation against US and Israeli energy and desalination facilities. The Iranian Armed Forces spokesperson earlier sent a direct warning to Trump in classic Trump style.
Hey Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Meanwhile, Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu has called Iran an enemy to civilization. He called upon the European leaders to join Israel and US in the war against Iran, warning that Iran is posing a direct threat to European countries. Meanwhile, Netanyahu has vowed to continue striking what he called Ayatollah terror regime.
If anyone needed an explanation of why Iran is the enemy of civilization and the enemy and the danger to the entire world, you got it in the last 48 hours. They sent ballistic missiles that could have destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the Western Wall. The three holiest sites to the three monotheistic religions, they don't care. They're firing on everyone. They can reach now with these ballistic missiles everywhere in Europe, almost everywhere in Europe. I've been warning that for years. The fourth thing that they did is that they shut down the important maritime strait of Hormuz, trying to blackmail the world with oil terror blackmail.
Iran is already facing global pressure over its attacks on neighboring Gulf countries and the closing of Strait of Hormuz. Fuel prices are soaring and global stock markets are hitting new lows every day. Meanwhile, as Trump's deadline nears, Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has warned that if Iran's power plants are targeted, vital infrastructure across the region, including energy and desalination facilities, will be considered legitimate targets. Now it makes it to be seen what steps will Trump be taking in the next coming few hours. With both sides issuing direct threats, the Strait of Hormuz has now emerged as the central flashpoint with global energy security hanging.
We're getting a big breaking news right now. Iran claims its forces attacked Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. That's a very big claim coming in from Iran. Another big claim of striking a base. Big development here. This is a claim from Iran by the IRGC, which has claimed that its forces have attacked the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Another claim by the IRGC in the latest set of strikes, because they have already launched the 75th wave of strikes against US-Israeli coalition, the war in the West Asian region. Now, as per the latest reports, the IRGC has claimed to have launched missile and drone attacks targeting the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now, the IRGC stated they have launched the 75th wave of retaliatory attacks, especially targeting bases related to US and targeting the base due to its role in hosting US military personnel and reconnaissance aircrafts there. Now, they have targeted infrastructure. Iran reportedly used advanced ballistic missiles in this case to target US Air Force refueling planes stationed at the base. Now, as per reports we are fetching, there might have been some sort of damage at the base, but we'll have to wait for more updates. But this is the latest that we are getting. They claim they have targeted the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. All right, so this comes from the IRGC, from Iran, the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which have claimed to have launched missiles and drone attacks targeting the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now, Iran reported using advanced ballistic missiles to target US Air Force refueling planes stationed at the base. Now, the Saudi Arabia reported that its defenses intercepted incoming missiles, but there is possible damage to that base. Also, there is a possibility of damage to that air base. Also, Iran claims hitting Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi. Iran claims hitting the base in Saudi Arabia. Another big development, it's the 75th wave of strikes of Operation True Promise 4 by the IRGC, by Iran. And this time they have struck the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. They have claimed they have been successful.
To this effect, we must continue efforts to conclude the India-EU FTA, address non-tariff barriers and regulatory impediments, and utilize skilled Indian workforce. Friends, Russia is our foremost partner in civil nuclear energy, and the Kudankulam nuclear project is a stellar example. As India aims to increase its nuclear energy generation capacity to 100 gigawatt by 2047, I am confident that it will find a trusted and reliable partner in Russia for peaceful users of nuclear energy. Our people-to-people ties continue to grow based on a shared appreciation for art, yoga, Ayurveda, and culture. The exposition of sacred relics of Shakyamuni Buddha from India in Kalmykia last year is a testament to our close cultural connect. I'm confident that our new consulates in Kazan and Ekaterinburg will further strengthen our economic, cultural, and social bonds. Friends, the evolving multipolar order necessitates greater cooperation, including through BRICS, SCO, G20, and the UN. India, during its BRICS chairmanship, with a humanity-first and a people-centric approach, looks forward to closely working with Russia to address shared challenges in a balanced and inclusive manner. In conclusion, let me reiterate our steadfast commitment to strengthening our long-standing partnership and cherished friendship. I wish the conference every success. I thank you. Spasiba balshoi.
All right, so this was External Affairs Minister S. Shankar virtually addressing in the India and Russia towards a new bilateral agenda conference. Now underlined commitment to working together to advance to our special and privileged strategic partnership. Now, S. Shankar virtually addresses India and Russia towards a new bilateral agenda conference. Now, this is a one-day conference organized by Embassy of India in Moscow and the Russian International Affairs Council, especially significant considering the impact of the ongoing conflict in the Gulf region. And all right, this is the statement by External Affairs Minister. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in. The PM Modi to speak on West Asia war at 2 p.m. today in the lower house of the parliament. There is very less time left for that. Now, this comes as the Prime Minister on Sunday chaired a high-level meeting to review India's preparedness in key sectors, including petroleum, crude oil, natural gas, power and fertilizers. In light of the evolving situation in the West Asia, the meeting focused on ensuring uninterrupted supply chains, stable logistics and efficient distribution of essential resources across the country. So this was a meeting that happened yesterday, Cabinet Committee on Security meeting to review the evolving situation arising from the conflict in West Asia and to assess its potential impact on India's economy and essential supplies. Now, during that meeting yesterday, a detailed presentation was made by the Cabinet Secretary on the global scenario and the steps that have been already taken, along with those which are in pipeline, those which have been planned by various ministries and departments. Now, the discussions yesterday covered a wide range of sectors, including agriculture, fertilizers, food security, petroleum, power, MSMEs, trade, shipping, supply chains, finance. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the Lok Sabha in a very short while, and this will be related to the West Asian conflict and its impact on India. Now, the yesterday meeting, the CCS undertook a comprehensive assessment of the short, medium and long-term impact, the implications of the conflict on the global economy as well as Indian economy. Now, special emphasis was laid on ensuring uninterrupted availability of essential commodities such as food, fuel, energy. Now, PM reviewed the preparedness measures and directed that robust strategies should be implemented to maintain stability across the critical sectors in this case. Now, the impact on, because sector-wise discussions also took place, the impact on agriculture sector is also a concern, particularly the availability of fertilizers for the upcoming Kharif season. This was also discussed, the agricultural sector, and the government has noted that the adequate buffer stocks built over the past years would help ensure timely supply to the farmers. So we are better placed when it comes to fertilizers compared to other countries. All right, the government, all right, we have Aishwarya Kapoor with us for more details on this story to speak on this issue. Aishwarya, what can we expect in Prime Minister's speech, his address in Lok Sabha today at 2 p.m.?
Well, absolutely, and it's a very, very important address, keeping in mind the international situation which is actually prevailing across the world. Keeping in mind that just yesterday, late last night, the Prime Minister chaired the CCS meeting, the very important Cabinet Committee on Security. The Prime Minister is going to address the Parliament today, and it makes that much important because we have to see all the international agencies, and then the parameters are suggesting for an international power crisis. We have the IEA just minutes prior from today giving a clear indication that there's going to be a worldwide shortage of energy. In this regard, till now the government of India has made certain arrangements that we have imported crude oil from 40 other countries, and that has helped us to prevent any shortage, whether it's of LPG, CNG, petroleum products. Yes, there has been problem, but not a crisis. But the government understands that, and when the Prime Minister addresses the Parliament today, he is going to indirectly address the nation and give a clear indication that where does our country stand. We know that we import more than 70% of our requirement of the crude oil, out of which 60% used to come from Strait of Hormuz. After that getting disturbed in the ongoing Iran-US-Israel war, we have started to import from 40 different countries. And now we are also being told that As far as the fertilizers are concerned, we have opened our imports from South America because we were at least importing more than 40% of fertilizers from the Middle East. So all of those markets are now closed, and they seem to be closed going by the terms and the points which have been made by Iran and then America in the last 48 hours. So today, the Prime Minister's address to the Parliament is going to be very important, and it's also going to be reassuring for the Indian economy and for the Indian masses at large as well, because there is also an ongoing situation of panic. If you go politically speaking, the complete opposition is gunning for the government, is asking for an explanation from the government. They are basically already terming it as a crisis. Yes, there is problem in Morbi, Surat, all the manufacturing cities of India. Yes, there is problem there because the amount of compressed natural gas and then liquid petroleum gas which is required for multiple commercial projects, that is something which is not available, though the government is trying for the households that there is no problem. There is no problem as far as petroleum and diesel products are concerned, but as far as commercial supply is concerned, that is disturbed, and that is a reality. And hence the Prime Minister's address to the Parliament, which in turn will be to the nation, will also be reassuring that what are the government steps which the government of India is taking in the present scenario, that this panic does not spread. And there are also certain pertaining and valid questions of the opposition as well, which the opposition is expecting that the Prime Minister will address to in his address in the next 10 to 12 minutes. Back to you in the studios.
All right. My colleague Ishita is also in the studio with me, and she will be also joining for more questions. But Aishwarya, sticking to the speech, to the address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, especially on the shortage that was shown by especially the opposition, but many of their leaders were found hoarding LPG cylinders now, and also the panic booking which was the exact cause of panic.
That is across the party lines. You also have a BJP leader, you have a Samajwadi Party leader, somewhere you have a Congress leader. So this is a phenomenon which the government and then the law enforcement agencies, for that matter, are trying to counter. We have to understand that, yes, hoarding is a very big issue and it's a national problem. The government is trying to cull it at the point. We also have to understand that leaders from across party lines, even a BJP leader on the outskirts of Delhi was caught with 48 cylinders. A Congress leader, a Samajwadi Party leader, a party leader affiliated to the Aam Aadmi Party. So that is cutting across party lines. But the larger problem is that right now or till now, more than 22, 23 days have passed already in this war, and no signs are coming out of any de-escalation. We have the American president also going to address his nation in the next couple of hours. Last night, we saw Donald Trump addressing his nation and saying that I am in no mood of any de-escalation. And Iran, after attacking Diego Garcia, has made it very clear that they are also in no mood to take any step back. So in this present scenario, IAEA has just minutes ago issued a warning for a global energy crisis amid all of these international agencies and international parameters indicating towards a global energy crisis, which indirectly indicates that a petroleum crisis, diesel crisis, LPG crisis, CNG crisis, all of this. So what are the measures which the government of India is taking? All of that is going to be a part of the speech of the Prime Minister, which is going to give an assurance to the Parliament and also to the nation and also to the 140 crore people who have their expectations from the government, from the Prime Minister, that what are those steps and measures which the government is taking so that there is no price rise. Till now, we have maintained that in the normal petrol and normal diesel, there is no price rise. In premium petrol and premium diesel, there has been a price rise of 2 rupees, though there are expectations after the Civil Aviation Minister made a comment just 24 hours prior, Ram Mohan Naidu, that there could be an escalation on aviation fuel from the 1st of April. So the opposition have now started asking questions. Is there also going to be a rise in petroleum products from the 1st of April for the common masses? Is there going to be more rise in the prices of LPG, in CNG? So all of these are products which are on daily use, and there is a reverberating impact, a trickling impact on every commodity. If there is a petrol rise, if there is a diesel price hike, it will have a direct impact on every household of 140 crore Indians. And that is what the country wants to know, and that is why today's address of the Prime Minister, which is supposedly to happen in less than next 5 minutes, is going to be very important.
Okay.
Right, Aishwarya, we are also being joined by my colleague Harsha on this as we continue our coverage on Prime Minister Modi's address, which, as you said, will take in a short while from now. But Aishwarya, coming back to you, we have seen several sectors getting impacted, from aviation to LPG. But the question is that war is also inching closer to home. Now, we had seen attack on Iranian warship in Indian Ocean, and now on a Diego Garcia as well. So certainly we expect Prime Minister to outline New Delhi's war strategy as well.
Well, that is something which we might not expect because that is not for public. But as far as the impact is concerned, it's on every sector. It's on every household, direct or indirect. That matters. There are more than 1,000 factories only in Morbi and Surat which have been closed for the last 3 days. The whole manufacturing sector in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttar Pradesh, Haryana is on a standstill. So as far as the commercial part is concerned, yes, every economy, including ours, including the Indian economy, is hit because of the energy crisis. Though domestic households, the government is still taking those measures that if not in 24 hours, your LPG cylinder gets refilled in 48, maximum 72 hours, and in certain cases 96 hours. But as far as the security concern is concerned, the government of India might not go into detail in expressing what is going to be our stand in this, but this is not our war. The government of India has made it apparently very clear. We are talking to the Iranians, we are talking to the Israelis, we are talking to the Americans, but this is not India's war, and India has no intention to joining this war or taking any side, irrespective of whatever pressure the Indian opposition is trying to put on the Indian government. The Modi government has made one point very clear, that this is not our war. We are taking a neutral line. We are here for Indians. We are here for India. We have to take every decision which needs to be taken by the book or off the book for protection of India, India's economy, India's integrity, and India's security.
All right, Aishwarya, the other important point of discussion is the energy shortage, the possible energy shortage. And we also have diversified our imports. Now, there was earlier a sanction on the Russian oil, and now there has been waived off, as the waiver has been removed by the United States of America. And also, it's ironic that they even allowed the Iranian companies to sell oil, and especially they keep on mentioning that only the ships that are stranded at sea, they will be allowed. But IRGC, Iran, claimed that we don't have any oil stranded in sea. And this clearly means that US is allowing everybody to purchase oil and diversify its oil purchases, because Strait of Hormuz is blocked as we speak. Aishwarya.
Well, that is Donald Trump for the world. He says X in the morning, he says he turns to Point Voy as the sun sets. So Donald Trump does not have a very strong point. As far as the oil purchases is concerned, there is no embargo either on the Iranian oil or on the Russian oil. We have all the countries in the world, for that matter, even Chinese, are buying oil from Russia and from the Iranians. So as far as the oil purchase is concerned, Donald Trump has taken a step back. We have the American foreign minister, I beg your pardon, the American finance minister going on record and stating at least 3 days ago, if I'm not wrong, 3 or 4 days ago, he made it apparently very clear that we are looking to remove the embargo over the Iranian oil purchase. Indirectly, yes, it is not only India, but 70% of the world which is already buying Russian and the Iranian oil. And in the next few minutes, or rather just within a minute, the Prime Minister is going to be speaking in the Lok Sabha. We are going to beam that speech of the Prime Minister live to you. We are getting those live visuals within the next few seconds. The Prime Minister is going to be live from Lok Sabha addressing the Lok Sabha and also indirectly the nation.
House has started.
Very important. And now we are getting the visuals.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी,
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सम्मानित सदन में पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे संघर्ष और इसकी वजह से भारत के सामने आई चुनौतियों पर बात रखने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं। इस समय पश्चिमी एशिया के हालत चिंताजनक है। बीते 2-3 हफ्तों में जयशंकर जी ने और हरदीप पुरी जी ने इस विषय पर सदन को जरूरी जानकारी दी है। अब इस संकट को 3 सप्ताह से ज्यादा हो रहा है। इसका पूरे विश्व की अर्थव्यवस्था पर, लोगों के जीवन पर बहुत ही विपरीत असर हो रहा है। इसलिए पूरी दुनिया इस संकट के जल्द से जल्द समाधान के लिए सभी पक्षों से आग्रह भी कर रही है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत के सामने भी इस युद्ध ने अप्रत्याशित चुनौतियां खड़ी कर दी हैं। ये चुनौतियां आर्थिक भी हैं, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी से जुड़ी भी हैं और मानवीय भी हैं। युद्धरत और युद्ध से प्रभावित देशों के साथ भारत के व्यापक व्यापारिक रिश्ते हैं। जिस क्षेत्र में युद्ध हो रहा है वो दुनिया के दूसरे देशों के साथ हमारे व्यापार का भी एक महत्वपूर्ण रास्ता है। विशेष रूप से कच्चे तेल और गैस की हमारी जरूरतों का एक बड़ा हिस्सा यही क्षेत्र पूरा करता है। हमारे लिए ये रीजन एक और कारण से भी अहम है। लगभग 1 करोड़ भारतीय खाड़ी देशों में रहते हैं और वहां काम करते हैं। वहां समंदर में जो कमर्शियल शिप चलते हैं उनमें भारतीय क्रू मेंबर्स की संख्या भी बहुत अधिक है। ऐसे अलग अलग कारणों के चलते भारत की चिंताएं स्वाभाविक रूप से अधिक है। इसलिए ये आवश्यक है कि भारत की संसद से इस संकट को लेकर एक मत और एकजुट आवाज दुनिया में जाए। अध्यक्ष जी, जब से ये युद्ध शुरू हुआ है तब से ही प्रभावित देशों में हर भारतीय को जरूरी मदद दी जा रही है। मैंने खुद पश्चिम एशिया के ज्यादातर देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों के साथ 2 राउंड फोन पर बात की है। सभी ने भारतीयों की सुरक्षा का पूरा आश्वासन दिया है। दुर्भाग्य से इस दौरान कुछ लोगों की दुखद मृत्यु हुई है और कुछ घायल हुए हैं। ऐसे मुश्किल हालात में परिवारजनों को आवश्यक मदद दी जा रही है। जो घायल है उनका बेहतर इलाज सुनिश्चित कराया जा रहा है। अध्यक्ष जी, प्रभावित देशों में हमारे जितने भी मिशन हैं वो निरंतर भारतीयों की मदद करने में जुटे हैं। वहां काम करने वाले भारतीय हो या फिर जो टूरिस्ट वहां गए हैं, सभी को हर संभव मदद दी जा रही है। हमारे मिशन नियमित रूप से एडवाइजरी जारी कर रहे हैं। यहां भारत में और अन्य प्रभावित देशों में 24/7 कंट्रोल रूम और आपातकालीन हेल्पलाइन स्थापित की गई है। इनके माध्यम से सभी प्रभावितों को त्वरित जानकारी दी जा रही है। अध्यक्ष जी, संकट की स्थिति में देश विदेश में भारतीयों की सुरक्षा हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता रही है। युद्ध शुरू होने के बाद से लेकर अब तक 3,75,000 से अधिक भारतीय सुरक्षित भारत लौट चुके हैं। ईरान से ही अभी तक लगभग 1000 भारतीय सुरक्षित वापस लौटे हैं। इनमें 700 से अधिक मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने वाले युवा हैं। खाड़ी देशों में भारतीय स्कूलों में हजारों विद्यार्थी पढ़ते हैं। सीबीएसई ने ऐसे सभी भारतीय स्कूलों में होने वाली कक्षा 10वीं और 12वीं की निर्धारित परीक्षाओं को रद्द कर दिया है। इन बच्चों की पढ़ाई निर्बाध चलती रहे, इसके लिए सीबीएसई उचित कदम उठा रही है। यानी सरकार संवेदनशील भी है, सतर्क भी है और हर सहायता के लिए तत्पर भी है। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, भारत में बड़ी मात्रा में कच्चा तेल, गैस और फर्टिलाइजर जैसी अनेक जरूरी चीजें हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट के रास्ते से आती हैं। युद्ध के बाद से ही हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट में जहाजों का आना जाना बहुत चुनौतीपूर्ण हो गया है। बावजूद इसके हमारी सरकार का ये प्रयास रहा है कि पेट्रोल, डीजल और गैस की सप्लाई बहुत ज्यादा प्रभावित न हो, देश के सामान्य परिवारों को परेशानी भी कम से कम हो, इस पर हमारा फोकस रहा है। हम सभी जानते हैं, देश अपनी जरूरत की 60% एलपीजी आयात करता है। इसकी सप्लाई में अनिश्चितता के कारण सरकार ने एलपीजी के डोमेस्टिक उपयोग को प्राथमिकता दी है। साथ ही एलपीजी के देश में ही उत्पादन को भी बढ़ाया जा रहा है। पेट्रोल, डीजल की सप्लाई पूरे देश में सुचारू रूप से होती रहे, इस पर भी लगातार काम किया गया है। अध्यक्ष जी, आज की इन परिस्थितियों में एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी को लेकर बीते एक दशक में उठाए गए कदम और भी प्रासंगिक हो गए हैं। भारत ने बीते 11 वर्षों में अपनी एनर्जी इंपोर्ट का डाइवर्सिफिकेशन किया है। पहले क्रूड ऑयल, एलएनजी, एलपीजी ऐसी एनर्जी जरूरतों के लिए 27 देशों से इंपोर्ट किया जाता था। वहीं आज भारत 41 देशों से एनर्जी इंपोर्ट करता है। अध्यक्ष जी, बीते दशक में भारत ने संकट के ऐसे ही समय के लिए कच्चे तेल के भंडारण को भी प्राथमिकता दी है। आज भारत के पास 53 लाख मीट्रिक टन से अधिक का स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व है और 65 लाख मीट्रिक टन से अधिक के रिजर्व की व्यवस्था पर देश काम कर रहा है। हमारी तेल कंपनियों के पास जो रिजर्व रहता है वो अलग है। बीते 11 वर्षों में हमारी रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी में भी उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है। अध्यक्ष जी,